how I did it. Experimental. Okay, take that out. Save.
Here we go! Phas Halloween update.
Okay, server's updating.
Also, I don't know. I think y'all are gonna find my model is gonna be cute, but I don't think it is yet. I don't know. I'm not admitting I'm cute. Just FYI, chat. No. Y'all are gonna have to make me admit that one, and I'm not admitting it yet. Ooh!
Cool.
Welcome back.
Oh my god, look at the lobby! Oh, look at all the pumpkins! Look at this! Oh!
It'd be so creepy if they all looked up at you after staring at them.
Wow! Oh, look, it's our...
Back.
Nope. Look, it's our friend hanging out in the window.
Yep.
My bleeder. Oh, look, there's a skeleton over here. Oh, look at all that. Look at all the blood and guts in this guy. I love that. Ah! Ah! I get stuck in the candles. Alright. This is the Halloween 2023. This is what you need to do. Complete this year's Halloween challenge and earn an exclusive Halloween trophy and ID card. Enter any location featuring a pumpkin sticker on any difficulty. Find the recipe ingredient note found in a pumpkin's mouth. Retreat to the truck and leave. Once you know the full recipe, head to Maple Lodge campsite and add the ingredients to the cauldron. Enjoy your Halloween 2023 rewards.
Oh shit, that's creepy.
What? Honestly, I have
Standing guys that come after you.
what? What's standing, guys?
Go by the door.
What door?
The door where the
Oh God!
yeah.
Oh, this again.
Yep.
Yeah, we had
And in the center.
this last year. Hi. 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 Hello? I'm in the center. Look, it's a pile of sheets.
Looks like a bunch of paint or something.
It's a pile of sheets. It goes in the sheets.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
That's probably why you didn't see many people on Mel, is because of the update. Because the update was queued. Because everybody's waiting on the update. Now that it's alive, now they're going to be, thank you, Dance! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Now everybody's going to start pushing them like crazy. 242690. It's in the Faz channel. So we got... Oh no! No!
All of them?
We gotta do Tanglewood, Edgefield, Ridgeview, Grafton, Willow, Bleasdale, Prison, Camp Woodwind, and then the Maple Lodge campsite for the last one. Where we put it in the cauldron. I don't want to do a prison. Can I go home?
You can switch to
I mean,
if you want.
we could do it in any difficulty, so I'm down. No, I can do it. No, I can do it. I'm gonna man up, brah! I'm not scared. I ain't scared of no ghost.
Okay.
I ain't afraid of no ghost. No, it's just...
Ready?
No.
Ready?
Hold on. No. No.
You're not ready? No?
Hold on.
Come on, man up.
Let me get the right song going here.
Oh.
There we go.
So we have to look for something?
Recipe in a pumpkin's mouth. So a piece of paper. Oh, I love that screen! CCTV. I love that! I love it!
Mm-hmm.
Nothing me. Don't look good. Who got called? Called Phasmophobia.
That's to save on performance, I guess. A screensaver.
Keep your eye out for a pumpkin. Oh, I found it!
Yeah. Well, I don't know where it is.
Battle of Grins.
Yeah, it's in the garage. It is hunting already? What? Oh, it's
No. Okay, I got the Battle of Grins. Did you get them?
Get what?
The pumpkin? It's in the kitchen under the thing.
Under... Okay, I see it.
You gotta have an empty hand. What?
I do. I'm not getting it.
You gotta go at it from this side. You gotta crouch to get it.
I'm crouching. Nope, not getting it. Maybe only one person can get it?
Maybe. We'll try that. If not, I can run you through it again. You said it's in the garage?
Yep.
Just want some more.
Orb? Is it an orb?
Nope, that's my breath. It flicked the power off.
I didn't turn it on.
Oh.
Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you a child? Are you young? Are you voice box?
Gotcha.
Spirit box, I mean.
So now we just need to get the ghost right and leave.
That might have been JoJo's voice.
So we need a Battle of Grins times 1. So we gotta capture a photo, repel and prevent. Yeah, we're not gonna get those. Ow. I gotta go take the chicken out. I'll be right back.
Yep.
Put it out for Mom. Okay. Sorry for that chat. Had to go wash some dishes before Mom got home. Where are we at, Scoots?
We got it.
What?
We got it.
How? What? We didn't even...
EMF 5, ghostwriting, and spirit box.
Ghostwriting and Spirit Box?
And EMF 5.
Oh, so Spirit.
Yep.
I had a book in my hand. So I guess I don't need that anymore. That or that.
Nope.
We can't capture a photo because it's a spirit. Alright. Closing us up. So we need one bowl of grins. Let me see if it's marked off for you as well as it is for me. It should be marked off.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I didn't get anything with the recipe.
Yeah, but it won't mark it off till we get to the thing. Okay, go back.
45.
Go back to the levels. Does it marked off for you? Does Tanglewood have a check mark on it?
No.
No check mark in the pumpkin?
No check marks. Hold on, let me check again. Nope.
Okay, let's do it again, and this time you grab it.
Okay.
I won't grab it this time because I already have it.
That's stupid. We should both get the credit.
That's
How long
okay.
is it gonna take this way?
It's okay. The only one's gonna be hurt is the fucking prison one, which I'm saving for last.
Right. Check the equipment. Get set up before investigating.
I told her last night the gang and I thought it'd be groovy or something. Just good.
It's in the basement. I'll go get that.
Go to the pumpkin first.
Oh yeah. Okay. Would it be in the same spot?
You should be. I got our buddy voodoo doll.
Pressing E on it?
Yes.
I got it.
You got it? Okay, take it out and put it in the van. Were you pressing F before? But now you know what I mean by it's finicky, right?
It's in the dining room.
Yeah, I'm looking for the bone.
Oh, there's something on the table.
Really? I didn't see anything there.
Yeah, there's something on the table. I can't pick it up though.
Did you take that card back to the van? That's your card!
I can't pick it up. Oh, because my inventory's full. Okay.
Take that back to the van. I was gonna say, what the fuck? That's your card, man.
I should have put the crucifix down.
Don't worry about me, I'll be fine.
So put it in the van, just on the
Just
on the
put
table?
it, yeah, put it right by the lantern, the lamp.
Okay.
So, I'll please do something with Fred. A mile on the day, I thought. Alright, I gotta look for Bones. Bonesy. Bonesy, are you here? Imagine if I said Bonesy and the skeleton goes down and goes, "Ugh!" I'd be out of this house faster than you could say bone.
Not being able to sprint is a pain in the butt.
What?
Sprinting,
Oh.
not being able to sprint.
Oh, we
Pain in
don't
the
have
butt.
sprint.
I still press shift.
So do I. Have you found the bone?
No. I actually haven't been looking.
I'm looking for the bone. I can't find it. I found it.
Where is it?
Rib cage in the blue room. Like right here. Like right by the guitar.
Oh, I would have missed that one. Fingerprints?
Alright. But what do you think about my husky though, Mal? Like, what do you got? I want to know y'all's thoughts on the husky.
Are you here?
I kinda can't wait to see my model.
How old are you?
That's if Surplus is actually working on it. If not, I'm
Good
gonna have
job.
to...
You're old.
If not, I'm gonna have to reach out to somebody, and I think I know who I might reach out to.
Where are you? No. No, not this time. Did you write down fingerprints?
Yes.
Ultraviolet, I mean?
Oh.
No ghost orbs.
I don't think I can do Surplus today. My head is just... Oh. My head is not good today, the last couple of days. That's why I've been so fucking... Like every time he's in voice, just screaming at him because... Oh, rating!
Writing, okay. You wanna try the spirit box?
Yep, I'm gonna take some pictures.
Okay.
We could take 4 more salts.
Dots is not an option.
Where are you? Are you here? How old are you? What do you want? How old are you? Where are you? Are you a child? Are you an adult? Nope, no spirit box.
Okay. Keep in mind, like,
Okay, could you bring me in another salt, please? Could you bring in another salt when you're coming?
I'll bring 2 of them.
Just one. EMF 5! Myling.
I think. Okay, so just
Just,
one?
just one salt, please.
Hold on, I'll put the other one back in. I can't. Oh, I'm pressing E.
Just throw it at the van. Just press G. G.
Jeez. Jeez. Okay, where are you?
I'm right here in the
Right here?
kitchen.
How old are you?
Thank you.
Yep. Are you a child?
And one there. And one here. And one right here. Guys, you step in one more and we're good to go.
Did we
No.
get the cursed object?
Oh shit, I need 4 more. I need no more salt. Could you go get another one? I'm gonna need
Yeah,
one
sure.
more. Damn it, I miscounted. I thought there was 4 in one. I forgot the next one is 4. The next one gives you 4 in one. Hi.
Aye. Oh,
The
you're saying
ghost-
hi to the ghost.
Yeah, the ghost breathed in my ear. I got ghost
Will you go
breath.
serve?
Shut up.
Wonder what our sanity's like. Yeah. 27% on you.
Hey, we don't need the salt. Alright, we're good.
Okay.
Miling. Let's go. We got footprints. Oh shit, and a cruisy burn. Oh! Oh! Yeah, I love that
Oh,
new...
parabolic. We got parabolic. I'll go get it.
Okay, don't die. Around again.
I'm at 61%, so I should be fine, right?
You probably should have took a set of pills, but, you know. You'll be fine.
Okay, I got it. I got it. Did it count?
Yep.
That was fast.
Oh, I forgot sanity pills only give us 20%.
That's why it wasn't counting right.
Lock. Oh, wait, did you lock in?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Okay, you're locked in?
Yep.
Okay. I had started the
Miling?
van up. And, yep, miling. Miling, iling. Iling the miling. For iling the miling.
Oh, what was I supposed to do with the card?
Just put it in the van.
Okay.
As long as it's in the van when we leave, we're good. Oh, we got perfect! We got perfect game!
Woot.
We got 1,000 bucks! Woo! We're rich!
And it counted.
And it counted. Perfect game. Perfect. 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 Edgington Roadhouse. Let's go, Edge and Edgefield. Now, first thing we gotta do, I'm gonna turn this music off, is gotta find the pumpkin. Once we find the pumpkin, then we both gotta get the recipe, get it into the van. Oh,
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting.
I'm leaving a hand open.
Since it only counts for you, I'm gonna go and do my thing.
Okay. I'll have to remember where the pumpkin is, though. No
Turn on the
Ouija.
power first.
No Ouija board. Keep an eye out for the pumpkin. Whoever finds it first gets the recipe. Is it in here?
Or yes.
No pumpkin. Oh shit, I get stuck in the corner. I'm gonna check the basement for the pumpkin. This is no time to play the piano.
Sorry, I had to.
Like Sebby said last night, this is no time to newt. And as he was ending, I released the newts. He's like, why you release the newts when I'm ending? There's a cup tipped over in the living room. I haven't seen the pumpkin yet, have you? Hello?
Nope.
Oh,
I need to go to the dryer.
I broke the door. I broke the door off the hinges.
Oh. Where's the pumpkin? Where's the pumpkin?
Where's the pumpkin at this house? I mean, look in closets, I guess. I don't know. Where's the damn pumpkin? It's gotta be up here somewhere, right? I found the bone. Does that count?
Sure, it counts.
It's not.
Part of the bone?
Oh! I found the pumpkin!
Where?
In the blue
sneaky.
bedroom upstairs, on top of the trash can. Death's rot ×3.
I don't know where the room is.
Alright. So, so it's Death's rot ×3. I don't remember all this shit, I'm hoping. I don't know either. I just went straight for the pumpkin. Oh, Scoots.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Excuse me.
Well, maybe you have to go to the bathroom.
Huh? What?
Maybe you have to go to the bathroom.
No. I was just there. I just had a fart. That's all. That's all. Just a fart. You know. Everybody farts, everybody farts, did it. Everybody farts, everybody farts, did it. You like my song?
That's the song.
Everybody farts, did it. There's a cup tipped over here in the living room.
I didn't see anything drip.
By the TV. There's a cup tipped over.
Okay, I'll check over there again.
I've got the orb camera to see for orbs. Just remember, we can't die. Oh. Hello?
Hi?
I think it just threw something somewhere. I heard something being thrown. Come try this kitchen. After you're done the living room.
Not in the kitchen.
Dining room, sorry. Warm in here, or?
Warming up.
Okay, what's the coldest room you've seen so far? Hello?
Right here.
This
Dropping
is the
right
coldest room right here? No
Is this a
worries.
room or hallway?
Yeah, hallway.
Hallway ghost. It's a hallway.
It's a hallway ghost. It's a hallway ghost.
Sanity's probably garbage.
65, 62.
Eh.
We need witness, cleanse, and capture a photo.
Actually, I don't need my flashlight. It's just in the hallway.
Okay, I got a dots and a salt. Also, one of our salts is not right, so...
Yes, keep lightning. So I can see. So no orbs.
No orbs. That's why I put the dots down.
Whoa, okay. Can we get fingerprints in a hallway ghost? Yeah, we can. Hello.
Oh, did you?
Info.
Did it appear in front of you?
Yeah,
Damn it! I should have got you get a picture of it.
EMF 4.
Let's see.
Oh, the
Okay,
camera's right there too. Shit.
I'm coming into Spirit Box. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here?
No.
Where are you? Are you here? How old are you? What do you want? You want to kill? Are you Canadian? Do you like pizza? Do you like pineapples? I don't think he likes pineapple pizza. EMF 5! Solid 5. EMF 5, and what else did you get?
That's it.
EMF 5, solid 5. There's already a book in there, is there not?
Yeah, I'm gonna put another one in.
EMF 5,
I don't think we got the right room.
How? It showed
No,
EMF
you
5
did.
in this room.
Okay. I'm getting dropping temperatures in here, in the living room.
Really?
Winds?
That's a possibility, it's a twin. So it's definitely in that hallway too.
Are you here? Files an event. Okay. Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? What do you want? Where are you? Are you old? Are you a child? Nope.
The camera's way too freaking high. What the fuck? The camera in the living room is way too high. Oh shit. Oh shit. 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 Why are you taking all the pills?
Just took 2.
Is it done hunting?
I can't tell. The screen's broke.
Where did it spawn?
Don't know.
Hallway. It sounded like the hallway. What the fuck? I'm taking 2
I can
pills.
see it on the screen when it started hunting.
Hmm?
So
That was me.
I'm not sure if that was you or him.
That was me.
Wins? I want to say wins is not an option.
Oh, guess what? These crucifixes, the crucifix is way too far away from where it spawned. I moved the crucies.
Okay.
That's why I hunted. I believe it was crucifix error. Not your error, but crucifix error. See how they're both in the center of the room?
Yeah, but what if it's in here?
Well, then it'll hunt. To prove. I mean, the salt already proves it's out here. Right? Because it stepped in the salt.
No ghost orbs.
If it wasn't in
Losing
this,
so far.
if it wasn't in this room, it wouldn't have stepped in the salt, right?
No dots.
Writing.
Okay. Then
Mailing. This is not being a
are you
shade.
smiling?
As it's not freezing. It's gotta be ultraviolet. We're just not seeing it. Because there's no orbs, no dots. It's either spirit box or ultraviolet. We haven't gotten spirit box, so it's gotta be ultraviolet.
Vroom vroom. No, I don't see any handprints.
It's gotta be. Where else could it be? We have EMF 5 and we have ghost writing in a different room.
Power's out. Oh, I'm dead.
Go upstairs! The blue room!
They got me.
Fuck. So what do you think it
It's
is?
pretty fast. Holy shit.
It spawned in the living room. You saw
Get to
Myling?
go from the living room from where I'm at now.
Yep.
That's pretty fast.
Yep, Myling. I'm calling Myling and leaving.
Yeah, I'm locked in.
I'm just saying we're not seeing the fingerprints. I bet you it's on the light switch. 'Cause that's the only
Check the light
place.
switch.
Huh?
I checked the light switch.
I'm testing Myling. It's not a spirit. Unless it's a spirit. It's not a shade. That's for
Myling.
sure.
We got it.
Yeah! Suck it, ghost.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay.
Suck it. Suck on that, Mr. Ghost.
Check a sour one.
Right? Wow, man, wow. Also, who's posting in my Discord? What have we got here now? Oh,
What's going on?
Sniper. Happy early Halloween. Also, y'all, we are going to be doing a special one night only. How is this? This is a special stream, so y'all better be here for it. I will be live Halloween night after trick or treating because I know Platy and them won't be live. I will be live for sure because it's only 2 hours here, so. Probably around 7 o'clock. I'll be live during the day, and then during the probably around 3:30. I'm gonna get off around 3:30. Go pick up some food. Drop some food off here to Mama, so Ma gets to eat. Cause I'm gonna go get some KFC for me and my grandmother. So I'm obviously gonna get some for Mom too. Just gotta feed Ma. So.
Here I'm ready.
Yeah.
I was ready.
Well, anyway, that's what my plans are. So I will be live. Wait, you gotta go back to Edgefield, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 10-4. You're not ready. Oh, you're ready now. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta
Hurry
go.
back.
Here
Hurry. Hurry hard. Run. Run faster. But yeah, that's my plan, y'all. Actually, I'll be right back as well.
Check the equipment and get set. New intel. Reports of light possibly harmless, but be careful out there.
Surprise, I'm not losing.
Beep.
Hello.
Well, hi.
Hi.
How's the chicken?
What?
How is the chicken?
Not cooked. I'm on my own tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, Miles not in the mood to cook, so. That's okay. I made hot dogs instead.
that's what it is. Okay.
That's why it took me a little longer.
That's okay.
Okay, I got a book. Okay, let's go get your recipe.
It's up here.
Yep.
Shit.
Come on.
Can't get in there. Oh, I can. Here, take. You have space. Take this.
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Well,
Go take that to the van.
I like how the card kind of glows.
Right? I love the cards. I love doing this. This is better than the candy. We actually get to make a pot of witch's brew. We get to make witch's brew. We are witches and we get to make a brew. Guess what I got? Bone.
Bone?
I got the bone, the bone, the bone. Your crucifix is in that room. I don't really have any starter equipment other than a camera, a flashlight, and a book. So I don't know what use I am, do you?
It's not up here.
Okay. I dropped my camera and the book. I just threw them at the front door.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
There's okay. No, I just got turned around. Yeah, it's not up here.
Anything in any of those rooms? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, the book is right there in the front door, but I didn't place it. Oh, door.
Which door?
Don't know. I heard a door. I went to go turn the power on. Maybe the basement? Please don't be a basement ghost. Nope, nothing down here.
Nope.
Check the kitchen. I don't know.
I heard that. Bathroom? Is that
Nope, it was this door right here. Laundry room. Check that laundry room.
Yep, it's in here.
Okay. But yeah, I'm really interested in that Alaskan Trucker game. Oh, touch the door again. It's being touchy.
Touchy.
You want to get a UV?
And EMF.
Yeah. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Oh, guess what we got? Our friend. We got our friend the tarot cards. Oh wait, hold on.
You got a camera?
Hold that light on the door. Got it.
Okay.
Fingerprint tarot cards bone. Ultraviolet. What's that EMF?
5.
5? Holy shit. Okay.
So we got ultraviolet, EMF, and what else?
Ultraviolet EMF.
Yeah, that's it.
No orbs. It's either orbs, dots, or spirit box. No spirit box. Ghost writing. Oh, hi.
That was quick. Another miling?
No, that wasn't the hunt. That was only an event. That was an event, yo. Qu'est-ce que c'est? So spirit box is not an option.
Okay. See if this counted. I cleansed the area. Set a candle. Yep. Well, counted. Now you have to prevent hunt with a crucifix.
That's easy.
Spirit box is not an option, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Crucifix is in there? Good.
Yep. Not a wraith.
But how's it ghost writing when there's
Huh?
ghost writing?
There's no ghost writing. I said EMF ultraviolet.
So then we have to wait for something, right?
Yeah. Use an EMF ultraviolet.
For dots.
I bet you it's dots.
Oreo.
They're light.
Yes, sir.
I can't take a picture of it in the dots if you're gonna shine your light on it.
True.
I love that the dot picture comes as ghost picture now.
Yep.
That's one of the greatest changes they ever made.
Threw a plate in the kitchen.
Oh, damn it. I was eating my hot dog.
You dead?
No. I'm eating my hot dog.
Your arm is sticking out outside the wall.
Sorry, I was trying to shove the hot dog down.
You're good. Did that count? Yes. It's could be freezing.
I can take 3 more pictures.
Not freezing.
Hey. Alright, Ghost, show yourself.
Ooh. I'll get the other crucifix.
Yeah, I'm getting out. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. Out, 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 out. God damn, we both need sanity.
You more than me. You still need pictures?
Yeah.
Here,
One
take
more. Are you sure?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh.
I'll come with the crucifix.
Wait, gotta wait for my sanity to go up. Well, I guess it's high as it's going. Mel, if you want to join voice, buddy, you're welcome to join voice. Don't feel well, you're not, even if you're not playing with us. It'd be great to hear your voice, you know. Excuse me, your light is on!
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
I don't think it's a dots ghost.
Not freezing either.
Wow, we got 2 interactions. Well, that counts. I'll take that. 3-star interaction. So, no dots. No
It has
orbs.
to be writing.
Writing or
Writing.
freezing. Is the power still on?
Right?
Nope. Yep, and there's another cruci burn. Alright. Myling? I don't know what this is. There's no power. The power's not on, so it's not a gin.
I got mining turned on. Selected.
I mean, there's no orbs, so it can't be an Obake. There's no dots, so it can't be a Goryo, right?
Gin. Not a gin.
So it can't be it can't be freezing. It's gotta be raining.
I'm calling it a Goryo.
Why? Where's the dots?
The dots in Goryo are bugged, aren't they? Still?
I don't know. I don't know. Remember, they just updated the game too, so.
True.
We gotta make sure we get this right.
Or else it doesn't count? The recipe card doesn't count?
I don't think so.
We're not getting ghost writing. Not getting freezing temps. We're not getting dots.
So where's dots? So the only one that could be possible then is dots. Because it would have written by now.
Judging from the past, the dots are bugged with Goryos. So I'm saying Goryo.
Yeah, this is only a small update too, so. I agree with you.
I thought dots. I saw dots.
Dots, okay. We're out.
Yep, you got it. See? I knew it.
John Goryo.
It took a while for dots to show up, though.
Welcome back. Got some jobs ready for you.
$11.82. GG.
Damn, I almost got a level into that.
Me too.
I'm 5 away from a level.
So we got
Or 10 away.
Rich View now.
Mm-hmm. Oh fuck, we gotta do Camp Woodwind too. And then the last one is the campsite where we gotta brew. We gotta do the ghost, brew the thing, and all that. And remember, Maple Lodge is all brand new, so we don't know anything about the map yet.
Looks like this is going to be a tough one. You have reports of spiders, and it looks like they left in a hurry.
How's your raisins?
Good. Sun made.
Did you get any stems?
What?
Did you get any stems yet?
No. Usually not. Usually not with these guys. This is sun made. Usually with sun made raisins, they usually pick them all out of them. They make sure they're... You know what I mean?
Yep.
Best raisins in the business are sun made raisins.
They
I
actually
wonder-
made in the sun.
I don't know. They're made by sun. I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna check and see where the power is. Why do I forget all the time? The basement. Nope. Garage.
Yeah, I gotta break some of my raisins up. Hold on. Because they're all squished.
Ready, steady.
Hold
Ready?
on. Oh.
Brett said bed. Remember that?
I see something right off the bat.
What's that?
Mirror.
Oh,
And it's not bugged anymore. They finally fixed Ridge View. Hell yeah.
good, good.
Last night in my sleep.
Okay, power's on.
Remember, whoever finds a pumpkin first gets the recipe. So if you find it first, it's yours. If I find it first, it's all mine. Did you find it yet?
No, I'm in the basement. Yep, it's in the basement.
What? The pumpkin? Oh. GG. Well, now you gotta remember where it's at. Do you wanna do, let me see where it's at.
Okay. It's on the left.
Are you shitting me? Really? So you grabbed the recipe already?
I did. First one.
Alright.
That's it.
I mean, that makes, that works. Oh no!
Nice. Way to go. Is it stuck?
It was! I got it back though!
Toe of frog.
How many?
How many toes?
Yes.
One?
Times one?
Yep.
So, one of the first one, 3 of the second one, 1 of the third one. Ow! At the door, leave your body and soul at the door. Don't run away, it's only me. I love how we're making a little team effort out of it. So whoever finds the pumpkin first gets the thing first. Like, you know. It makes it seem like whoever gets the pumpkin gets rewarded. You know what I mean? So you have it, as long as we don't die.
Yeah. As long as we don't die.
I think what they should change, if they were going to change anything for this update, would be make it count for both players in the match. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Are you seeing anything in this house? I don't think this house is haunted.
I'm also looking for the bone.
Did you know I can mute my desktop audio without muting my Spotify from my keyboard?
Found the bone. It's on the bed. Purple room.
Why are you having bones on the bed, Scoots? Why are you eating on the bed?
I just had to.
I heard a
Blue
door. Blue bedroom.
Yep.
Coming. Why is the door closed? Oh, red light event. Oh, what the fuck? The ghost head. The ghost head was in the bed.
Oh,
Like it was in the bed!
huh.
Like literally that ghost was going through the floor! Somebody clip that! Somebody need to clip that! Please clip that! And you can call it Head Dead Ghost. Ghost bed. Or ghost bed.
What's your sanity?
In the 50s.
Okay.
I'm taking a set.
Knocked over your camera.
Damn ghost, why did you knock over my camera? And that's the medium tripod. That's the second level tripod, too. Ass ghost. Bitch ass
You here?
ghost.
Where are you? How old are you? You child? Are you old? Where are you? No. Nope. Definitely freezing.
Oh, freezing and a burn. You can take a picture of it. There's a camera in there.
Camera?
It's in there somewhere. On the bed. The camera's on the bed. Just make sure you aim it right at the crucifix.
I did.
Awesome. That's an interaction. Take a picture of it again. You gotta do it twice.
Oh,
'Cause
shit.
what?
Second burn.
Oh shit. Take a picture of it.
I did. You mean it again?
Yes. First is interaction, the second one is a burn. Don't die!
Let me get out of here
Really?
then.
I'm taking a set of pills, I'm grabbing the other crucifix.
Yep.
And I'm gonna take some salt with me too.
Oh, I got my heart going. Rarely happens now with this game, but crucifix burns twice, and you can't run.
Yeah, that's the thing. We can't run. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Shit.
Fuck, it got me. Damn it. God. Damn it.
Demon or Rev?
I didn't get that Gersie back in that room. Demon. Definitely a demon. That was definitely a demon. There is no way that didn't burn that crucifix that quickly. Fuck.
Can you check and see if it did any ghost writing?
You turned on the shower. It's not even in this room. Or is it? Nope, no rating. I took a shower in the other room, though. What the fuck? Are we in the wrong room? Are we doing a twin? Do we have a twin here?
Could be a twin.
Yeah.
It's definitely active.
Infinite spread.
What's my sanity?
Infinite
9.
sprint.
I'm not going back in
Yeah.
there.
Well, take your guess. I mean,
Twins or Hantu?
I'm saying demon or twins.
Demon's not an option.
What do we have?
Because you said there's no ghost writing, right?
Uh-huh.
So that takes care of the demon.
Okay.
Yuri, Hantu, Onryo, Jin, Oni, Twins, and Mimic.
Okay, how did you get... What else did you cross off?
We got freezing. Definitely freezing.
Wait, check the camera for
Oh.
dots.
Okay. Do that. Orbs.
Orb?
Yep. Hantu.
Yuri. Onto Unreal.
See if we get dots.
So it's Spirit Box. It's, dots. Ultraviolet Spirit Box. Well, Hansu would be ultraviolet. And you ultravioleted that room, right?
No. Give me dots. I don't want to go back in there. Do we have a mimic? Did you try Spirit Box?
No! I died before I could do anything.
Okay.
I died before I could even go back to the room.
Spirit Box. I tried Spirit Box and you were out. When you were out.
Okay.
Yuri or Hantu?
You didn't get Spirit Box? It's taking a shower again.
Be a dirty ghost.
Apparently.
Okay, I'm calling it a Hantu. Final answer. Just knocked over the camera again.
Hold on, let me get some of these raisins and then I'll figure out what I'm calling it. So you said haunt too?
Yeah. I don't remember Yuri's being this active.
Alright. You don't have to lock it up, so.
Okay. Hantu it is. Active. Oh. Yuri, son of a bitch.
Welcome back. Thanks for that.
And you said it wasn't a Yuri.
Yes. I could be wrong.
Hey, guess what? We got cheers for EMF.
Well, it counted. We
Wow.
did Bridgeview, right?
Bridgeview, yep.
Yeah, it
Didn't
counted.
count for me.
Okay.
So even if we get the ghost wrong, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'll go get the Zeke. I'll go get the thing this time.
Yep. Basement ghost. Not a basement. Basement power.
Okay, I'm going down there anyway. Cause I'm going for my pumpkin.
Yep.
Oh,
If you'd managed to do that. Oh.
hold on. I'm gonna leave the camera right there. Cause I gotta come back for the... I mean, I could just leave the video camera down here because I'm gonna drop it anyway.
Well, I found the bone. Right at the front door.
Okay. The video camera's in the basement. Toe frog. Looks like a voodoo doll. Life again. Hold on. Because my friggin' keyboard is adjusting my sound on my computer. Keeps turning it the fuck down. That time I went to 8.
It's a basement ghost.
Oh, well, you want to fix my camera that's down there? My camera's over by the pumpkin. You know where the pumpkin's at?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where my video camera is. If you want to grab it.
Orbs.
Awesome, I got the bone. And guess what? Our friend. The tarot cards. Our wonderful friend, the tarot cards. We've got some cards to play with. We can play cards. Okay, I got a book already.
I don't know if that's a good placement for the cross.
Yeah, that's perfect. I don't bear myself to. Okay, spirit box and some salt. No, we don't need the salt yet, right? We need dots. Yeah, I see the orb. Orb. What else did you get down there? Just orbs?
EMF 3. So far.
I said, did we get anything else? Like,
Yes,
yeah.
orbs. Yes.
Okay, we just have orbs.
Sorry.
Okay, EMF 3 doesn't count as evidence.
Oh, fingerprints.
Oh! I don't have my camera. Hold on, let me find it. It's in this mess. Okay, I got it. Oh, it's gone.
Touch the door again, please.
I touched the power box.
Where is it?
Other side.
Okay.
I didn't even turn this on. Puh. Where are you? Are you here? Do you like pumpkins? Do you like Halloween? Where are you? Are you here? Are you a child? Are you an adult? Where are you? Are you here? Are you a child? Are you an adult? Nope, no spirit box for me.
Pollock. Then with a crucifix.
Hold on, y'all.
Okay.
1 sec. Hello?
Hey,
Sorry about that.
you're okay.
Sorry about that, chat. Oh, I always feel like Scoots is gonna die.
What's my sanity?
You're at 33.
Okay, I'm coming up. I'm not getting any evidence.
Not getting any evidence. What do you mean we got an orb? Is the light still on?
Yep.
So not a mare.
Not a mare, not ghost riding.
Yuri? I mean, your sanity proves Yuri.
Well, I've been in the house longer too, right? So.
Yeah.
Can't
But
say.
you're... The drain, though, is a Yuri drain.
Not freezing.
Because yokai doesn't drain your sanity, it's the Yuri.
I want to say EMF 5.
Did you have EMF in there?
EMF 4.
Oh, go back and get me a 5. Come on. Chop,
Mr.
chop.
78, sir.
Listen, I gotta prevent the ghost from hunting with a crucifix, protect the paranormal sound with a parabolic, and have a member of my team escape the ghost hunt. We're not gonna get escape.
And no dots. So Obake.
No
Assuming
dots.
it's EMF 5.
Yeah, I'm not calling. I say no dots. So no Yuri. It's not a Yuri. It's a Mare Revenant Mare Revenant Hantu on Unreal Abake.
I crossed off freezing, ghost riding, and dots.
I crossed off dots.
Okay, what's my sanity? Oh, I
Well,
got the other-
although I've been away the whole time, so I didn't really get to see if there was dots or not.
I stood there for a long time with the parabolic trying to get it to get the sound to go. But no, I was watching for dots at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna put the crucifix right here. And move the other one to the other side, maybe? Yes?
Yeah, I guess. Do we?
Freezing.
I got it!
What do you got?
Parabolic.
Good.
So what do you think, Mel? Mel's probably like, oh, I missed this game. Oh, power's out. Mare is now a possibility again. Wait, we have fingerprints. What are we doing?
You got fingerprints?
Yeah, remember? We had them on the box. I even have a picture of them.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah, we totally forgot. Okay, I'm coming out. Obake.
Wait, what makes an Obake? Stop turning the power off! Stop it!
I have ultraviolet, EMF, well, I'm guessing EMF 5, and ghost orbs.
Give me EMF 5. EMF 2. I'm only getting a 2. It's turning out the power a lot. It doesn't want the power on. Whatever this is, it doesn't want the power on.
Banshee, Hantu, Obaki.
Banshu, huh? Banshu. Oh my god, Banshu. I'm thinking of Yanshu. Banshui. Banshui. Oh shit. I mean, we could do an Unreal. We could do an Obake test. What's the Obake test?
You have to make it hunt and then check and see if it transforms.
Okay. What about a Banshee?
I don't know what the Banshee test is.
I think Banshee is going and see if it'll hunt and see who it kills. As if it goes after one of us, it doesn't go after both of us at the same time. If it doesn't go after both of us, well, it can't, but you know. It should go after me, you over me. I didn't gear the target.
You tried Spirit Box, right?
Yes, we
Yeah,
can't
you
get
did.
Spirit Box. We can get freezing. Ghost Writing's not an option. On CMF 5 dots or freezing.
Well, we haven't gotten freezing yet. We haven't gotten dots. It's got to be EMF.
That would mean Obake, but your sanity is low. We suggest the
I was in the house
Banshee.
longer. When you were gone all that time, I was in the house.
Yeah, but
got
we
out of the
were
house.
just in the house the exact same time, and you're back down to 50. That's why I'm saying Banshee. So writing is not an option. Neither is Spirit Box. So I'm putting the not options here in a pile.
Okay, try looking for...
Well, come on. Come on, Tempies. Come on, Tempies. Give me Tempies. Give me Tempies. Give me Tempies. Give me Tempersons, Mr. Ghost. It's hovering above that 0.
I hate when it does that. Like toying with us.
Yeah, it's really toying with us. It's opening this locker. Just give me freezing temps already, Ghost. Come on. Freeze me out.
EMF the locker, maybe.
It's too late now.
Probably.
Yeah, too late now. Yes, I'm toying with the ghosts. It's toying with us.
Yeah, there's something you have to do with the light switches that triggers it or something. One of the ghosts.
Yeah, because if I go
Doing that a
in,
lot.
if I go to the stairs, it goes right above freezing. Why is the temp still climbing? What the fuck? I think I broke the temp gun. I think I broke the temperature.
Maybe it moved?
Impossible. Scoots?
Yes?
I broke it. It's still going up.
It probably moved. Turn off the lights and see. I'll see if there's ghost orbs. Yep. No, it's still there.
Oh, it's definitely not freezing.
It has to be.
So, knock off freezing. So, Banshee's still an option. So, it's either EMF or dots. Isn't dots bugged for Banshee?
I'm pretty sure it's bugged for Gorio, not Banshee.
I thought it was the Banshee that was bugged.
You watch JoJo more than I do, so you probably know more.
I don't know. If we haven't brought it up any at all.
Hmm. You're at 54 right now.
Well, I think I'm gonna call this the Banshee and walk away.
I'm sticking with my Obaki.
What makes you think it's an Obaki? We haven't gotten any EMF. I got EMF 2 though. I haven't gotten any higher than a 2. I didn't. Yeah, but I didn't see that, so.
Okay. Well, I'm
Also, apparently this stream we dropped 64 frames.
Is that good or bad?
Bad? We shouldn't be dropping any frames. I don't feel it's my internet, though. I feel it's OBS.
Frames isn't bad at all, considering how long you've streamed.
For 4 hours? 64 frames in 4 hours, dude?
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
But if you're dropping a frame an hour, though, that's, you know. I don't know. I prefer to be all zeros. Alright. Lock in whatever you think it is. I think it's a Banshee.
Okay.
It don't matter if we get it right or wrong.
You got your recipe card, so.
Oh my god, my hand!
Yeah.
My hand is still on the friggin' camera! Somebody clip that!
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Baki.
You and your Obaki proof.
And a new level.
Take weekly 3-star photos. I still got 610 bucks. Now we got 2 farmhouses, Willow Street, Camp Woodwind, and prison to do. Let's do the small campsite, get it out of the way. I'm ready to go camping. Are you?
Let's do it.
Remember, no dying.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Yep. Looks like JoJo's even live with this tonight. It's Halloween time. Ooh. Ooh. Time to get spooky. Time to get spooky with some... Oh hey, I found the pumpkin.
Is that it?
Yep. Eye of Bear 2. Why do we need it? Bear eyes. Oh great, this is gonna be difficult. How are we gonna get orbs in this shit? Hello, little guy.
Hey, little guy.
Welcome to Halloween! Happy Halloween, everybody! We're doing the Halloween stuff for Phasmophobia. If you want to join or if you have Phasmophobia, we are willing to take any of my community in. You're part of my community or part of Platty's community.
I saw the bone, but I forget where I saw it. Shit.
My guy, Halloween occurs on the 31st. So what? We're doing the Halloween event for Phasmophobia. This is the event.
Here.
Right here.
Dropping here.
How am I gonna get orbs here? I think it's over here. I think it's in this tent.
Nope. Rising. No rising. Dropping. Rising. Back here. This is the room.
Oh, good luck getting orbs, sir.
There's the boat. No. I see it.
We already got the cursed object. We just need the bone. We have a mirror.
Over here.
I mean, if you want to check the mirror, go
Oh, it's by
ahead.
the bathroom.
Huh?
By the bathroom.
What is the bone?
The bone, yeah.
We're playing spooky games all month. Hello.
Hey, Surplus.
Hiya.
How's it
How
going?
are
I had
Yeah.
testing one in test.
How are you today? Guess what came out just like maybe
No
an
way.
hour ago?
No way.
Yep, they
Wait,
just
wait.
dropped the big Phas update for
Is
Halloween.
it okay? Hold on. Before you like tell me, is it good or is it shit?
It's really good. They did a lot of fixes.
Is there a new map?
They redid the campsite. Me and Scoots. Now you will have to go through and get some of the cards, but the cards to brew the witch's brew in the master campsite. We're on Camp Woodwind now. We've done Tanglewood. We've done Ridgeview. We've done there's another. What other house did we do, Scoots?
Edgefield.
Edgefield, and then we did this campsite, which is Camp Woodwind. So we're on number 4. There's cards you have to collect. Each card has a number of items you need for the brew. This one is Eye of the Bear times 2 for the Camp Woodwind. So we're gonna do this again so Scoots can get it. We have to do it for each person, so it doesn't matter if you get the ghost right or wrong, as long as you make it out with the card. Which I think is perfect, because no matter if you die or not, that way you still get your credit.
Orbs.
Orb?
Yep, orbs.
Damn, I didn't even see the orb. Okay. So there's 3 maps you'll have to do on your... well, probably... maybe 4 maps you have to do on your own, but... we can see. The last one I'm doing, and the last one on my list before we head to the master campsite, will be prison. They've included the prison in this one, which I'm not happy about. But hopefully the pumpkin's just at the front of the prison and not buried, because if it's buried, well, good luck finding that piece. Good luck finding it. Any other questions? No? Didn't think so.
Burn a crucifix.
Already?
Yep.
That's kinda early, isn't it?
Yep.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Okay, so I need to know. What did they add? Like,
The pumpkins.
is there something that like a trophy I can unlock?
Yeah.
How do I get that trophy? And can you help me?
Well, the only way to get the trophy is to get the cards.
Can you help me?
Yes, but we're gonna let Scoot. Well, let's let Scoots get to this one, and then we'll run back through the first 4 maps, and then you can get them.
Wait, do you have to run through the first 4 maps? What? You have to run through a certain amount of maps?
Yes.
Yep.
Tanglewood, Edgefield. What's the other one, Scoots?
Are you guys in the middle of a game?
Yes, we're in Camp Woodwind, Ridgeview, and hold on. The biggest one that I'm worried about is they put a pumpkin in the prison. They put one in the prison.
So you have to get one.
You have to do the prison. Yep. In order to get the trophy, you need the prison. In order
Probably
to
Google it though.
no, because this is a brand new update. The update was just dropped. Like this is
I found a
fresh.
video.
This is fresh off the plate.
I found a video on all the pumpkin locations.
Really? So you're gonna cheat it, not just go
No,
look
I'm
for
just
them
saying that
ourselves?
just because it's
Oh
the
shit.
limit. Do you have to do it on a certain mode?
Scooch, don't let it kill me. Oh god.
That got me.
No. You can do it on any difficulty. Doesn't matter what difficulty. Well, what do we
Well, up
think
to
it
you now.
is? I'm not going
Rev.
back in there. Don't look at me. Rev? Yeah, that's definitely a Rev.
No, it wasn't ghostwriting. It was not a rev. Actually, check and see if it's ghostwriting. I'll do that.
What do I look like? I'm not a ghost. I'm not the ghost here. Also, earlier I showed off for the first time on stream my SFW Husky model. So I can't wait for my VTuber mod. I can't wait to do VTuber Plus. It's gonna be so much better than the camera. Also,
Yeah, there's
in case you don't know this surplus, the video, my base cam will be going away when I do VTuber Plus. VTuber Plus is going to replace my face cam. Which I know a lot of people love the face cam, but purely to me, I'm getting tired of it. So that way if I want to sit here and, you know, and even in the summertime and just have my shirt off, I can just use the my VTuber Plus, you know what I mean? Obviously, I'll make redeems. And yes, channel point. And yes, we're not going to use channel points. We're going to use my bot's point system. So the points will be coming back. Because I know y'all... where are you seeing the... Oh, I see the orb. Anything in the book?
freezing. No, no ghostwriting.
Freezing?
Yep.
So freezing in an orb. Revenant.
Hey, double check on freezing, because I might have clicked that by accident.
I'm taking more pills if that's okay with you.
Well,
I'm
I
at
can't take them, so
67.
take them all. No ghostwriting.
Well, it's okay. All I need is one. All I need is one to prove the ghost. I think we're gonna be putting sprint back on. Oh yeah, surplus. We don't wanna. If you're gonna just go look up where all the pumpkins are, then like that's not what I wanna do. I don't just wanna look at where all the pumpkins are. I wanna look for it myself. Yeah, it's definitely freezing.
Okay.
And it was super fast when it came after you, right?
I couldn't tell.
It looked super fast. And the only one that's fast on my list right now is a Revenant.
Revenant's not an option,
How?
because there's no ghostwriting.
Okay. So, did we try Spirit Box?
No, I was about to. So wherever my dead body is a spirit box, or you can get it from the van.
Surplus, are you there?
He's really quiet for me.
Who?
Surplus.
He's not talking. He's probably watching the YouTube video on how to do it all. So that he knows where my pumpkin is at. Where are you?
Ow! It just came out.
Are you here? How old are you? Yeah, but the fat. Oh, the spirit box. Yeah, but the creators are on it. The second it comes out, the creators jump on it. Everybody jumps on it and makes a video.
Unreal.
Plus, some of the creators are like psycho hypnotic and all them are able to go bing bang, boom bang, boom bang, boom bang. They're able just to get it going through it really quickly. Unreal.
Honestly, I don't care. I'm locked in. I don't care if I get the Halloween.
We're
trophy, whatever it's called.
we're going to get it for us all if we're doing like me and you started doing this. So I'm gonna finish it for the two of us at least.
I'm just doing it for you, dude. I don't care either way. I'll do it for surplus too, but
Yeah. Well, we just gotta. Well, then you gotta do this map again. So
we've been mimicked.
mimicked. Mimicked. Yeah, I figured it was a mimic. Hey, we got 20. I got $20.
I got 10.
I got 20. I made more than you. I made more than you.
I know you did.
What you gonna do about it?
Play again.
No, wait, I can't join then, right?
Okay.
Or can I?
I say you can join.
Yeah. You can. We have Woodwind. Well, we gotta do Woodwind for Scoots, and then we gotta do Tanglewood Edgefield Ridgeview for surplus, and then we'd have to do Grafton, Willow, Bleasdale for each 3 times
Which
each.
map are you guys doing next?
We're going back to Camp Woodwind so Scoots can get his card.
No. I don't care for mine. Just let's do his.
Why? You already have half of them. Why not keep going? You already have most of them.
I don't care. I don't care
Finish
for them. Seriously.
Okay, I mean, if you don't care for the trophy and the ID card.
No, I don't.
I want the ID
I'll
card.
let people get it first.
Okay, well, do we want to run through Camp Woodwind again, or do we want to do a little farmhouse? The code is in the Phas channel, surplus. Also, don't try to scream with me tonight because my head is kind of a little sore tonight, but it's getting better now. Oh, just had a.
Why is my Phasmophobia having a 16 gigabyte patch?
That's the patch for the update.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's 16 gigs, dude. It's a big update.
Surplus caught up.
You guys might as well start another one without me because this update's gonna take a minute.
Okay.
Do you want to do Camp Woodwind again, Skits? And grab that card right quick?
Oh, I guess.
Because that card is easy to get. It's the easiest one where we know where it's at. We know how to get it. We just gotta run in, grab it, and leave. We really don't even have to play the game, to be honest. We just gotta run in, grab the card, leave. That's all you have to do. It's just that easy. But we're actually going to play the game instead of just doing that.
Violent night.
You got the card?
I got the card.
Also, surplus, what we do is we take the card back to the van and you just throw it on the counter in the van by the computer. Also, they put a Well, if you look at my streams or plus because I'm live, you'll see they put a new thing on the computer, a screensaver. It says CCTV, and it bounces around the screen.
What? Sorry, you cut out. I'm.
Look at the
What?
monitor. Look at my stream. Look at the monitor in Phasmo. They have a screensaver.
Hold on. Can't I see it when I just update the game?
Yeah, you can, but if you look at my stream, you can see it in the game. It says CCTV. It's a screensaver, and if you walk too close to it, it turns the screen on.
Oh, that's cool.
I like it. I love it. It's a decent freaking.
Oh, JoJo's playing fast.
Of course, everybody is doing it. Sailor Sugar Plum went live earlier. As soon as I saw Sailor Sugar Plum went live, it said Faz update. I was like, wait a minute, is the update actually live? Or they just lying to me? JoJo's playing, probably Psycho's probably playing. Everybody's probably playing this right now. Everybody's excited for this update. Especially to see what they did with the campsite. Because nobody has... And that in that tent? Or in the yellow? Try the yellow.
It's dropping here. Yep.
It's in the yellow tent?
Yep.
Alright.
Can't wait to see this fat. Okay, I have a question.
Hmm.
Is there a jump scare where if I, because I know in the old, like the last update, there was like this thing in the lobby where.
Yes, you go click on the door. Yes, that's still there.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, and you gotta do it. Everybody does it.
You know what? You know what the issue is? I've never done it before.
Really?
No,
Did you not do it last Halloween?
I didn't have the game last Halloween.
Where are you?
You also sound like you're stuffed up a bit.
You here?
Yeah, I am.
Oh.
How old are you?
Dude, if I swear if I turn around and I see a ghost, I'm gonna flip. Oh, the lobby
Where
looks
are
so
you?
pretty.
I know. They did such an amazing job with all the skeletons and everything.
Burn the cruci.
Oh,
Ready.
really already?
So which door do I not press?
The door where the lady's jiggling and wiggling and jiggling to the beat.
Oh,
The one
So
by the
wait.
black.
I have a question.
Go ahead, click on the door, see what happens.
I'm fine. Why is there only a cauldron next to Maple Lodge campsite?
Because that's where you gotta... Okay, you have to grab all the recipes from the other maps before you go to Maple Lodge. That's where you take all the recipes. So, like, the one we have here for the, camp for the, Woodwind is Eye of a Bear 2. Each one tells you what you need. And then it gives you every item at the end of So it gives you 2 Eye of Bear, 2 this, 3 of that, 4 of this, 6 of that, 18 of this.
Okay, I have another question. Is there actually candy? Like,
No. Nope.
oh,
They're mixing the ingredients this time around. So there's no candy. Which I love because you only have to go in, grab that card, put it back in the van, make sure the card goes back in the van so that
No.
card comes with you. And
you know what would suck?
hmm.
Is if you had to get the ghost right too. Dude,
I think they're going to do that. I think they're probably going to change that.
Okay, so let's
Ultraviolet.
get it.
That's why I'm pushing to get it done as quick as I can, so that way, if they do make it that way, I have to update in order for it to change.
What's writing?
Ghost Rider. Also, don't take a picture of that. I threw that ball.
Oh.
I wanted to see how far it would bounce. The football doesn't bounce. Why doesn't a football bounce? It's just like a rock. Rock ball. Rock ball prices. Oh, hey. I found our cursed object.
Good.
Ouija. Our good old friend Ouija.
Crucifix burned again.
On my way to the van, then.
Putting another one in.
Take a pill, too.
It's not gonna work. Take one or two.
Just one.
Okay. No orbs. I'm gonna move the dots.
By the way, everybody, I appreciate everybody for being here during this. I know a lot of my community is not interested in this, but also I appreciate Stitch for coming in earlier from Blake's community. I honestly didn't expect anybody to come in from his community, but everybody is welcome whether you're a furry, a VTuber,
Or a turtle. Can't forget
Demon.
the turtle.
Calling it a demon.
Yeah, it's burning that crucifix right in the way.
Yep.
It's gotta be a demon.
How's the install?
Oh, it's done.
Okay. I like the fire. They did a good job with that, eh?
Yeah, we're gonna have a campfire.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we need? All I have is
Ghostwriting.
ultraviolet and ghost rating. Poltergeist demon. Yeah, it's a demon. Freezing temperatures. I bet you it's freezing over there. I'm going back in.
Okay.
Have fun dying.
Don't worry.
Still one burn left.
Huh? Yeah, still one burn left. Yep.
freezing?
Yuppers.
Awesome. Oop.
Now I just need to fill my book up with some pictures. Hopefully before it hunts.
Need to eat supper soon.
I'll go get something to
10 minutes.
eat. Oh, it roach too.
BRB. I'm locked in.
Oh shoot. Son of a bitch. Scoots! Oh no. Oh no! No! My book! My book! My good book! Wait, how did it hunt? The Kershey wasn't even burned all the way through. Oh. Never mind. Squads are going to have to write us up. You're going to write me up for a death. Look at the fire just burning.
I'm poop.
Also, I know you might know where all the pumpkins are at surplus, but
I don't.
okay. I was gonna say don't just look for videos on where it's at because we don't want to know where they're at. You know, we want to guess and figure it out on our own. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what the goal of this is. Like that's why I'm so excited for this because I'm actually probably one of the first ones, along with our content creators, going to be releasing a video on this. I might even actually put this on YouTube. This part. So with this, because I'm on YouTube later. If y'all are coming from the YouTube side, make sure you guys like, comment, subscribe. Make sure you come over and visit us on our Twitch channel, twitch.tv/GuitarGaming4. I stream on Twitch every day. Might be starting to do dual streams, so that is something new that the CEO of Twitch has announced. They're allowing everybody, and I mean everyone, to dual stream now.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting on why they're allowing. You want to lock us up, Scoots?
Yep.
I died.
Nothing.
Yeah, I died. I died to the demon. I died.
Rip.
Yes, you died.
Because Scoots wasn't there to save me.
I wouldn't be able to save you anyways. Demon, you were right.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Of course, I'm always right. I made $100. Yay, that's Camp Woodwind done. Ooh, oh, God.
I'm
Count.
gonna do one more
It didn't
time.
count.
What?
Oh, it counted. I was looking at the wrong one. No, it didn't count. What?
Wait, what?
Which one did we just do? We did
Camp
Oh, it did
Woodwind.
count. Okay, see, I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, Camp Woodwind. Not the Maple Lodge yet. We're not touching the Lodge one until the last one. Because there is another card in the Maple Lodge campsite. We have to find the card. Then we have to go to the... Then we have to find the ghost, get it right. Then all three of us will go to the center. And we will do it separately. So I'll do mine first, considering I'm the host. I mean, it makes sense. Then Surplus can do his, and then Scoots, you can do yours. Drop all of our ingredients into the pot. Then we'll cook them up. Then we'll eat our stew and have a great time.
So we're literally being drug dealers right now. We're going to find drugs and put them in a pot and bake them. Is that what you're telling me?
No, we're making witch's brew. This is how you make witch's brew, man. Did you not stick around for the movie last week that we watched?
Yeah, we did.
We actually did 2 of them, by the way.
I know.
You left during the second one.
Yeah, my computer died.
Don't
I didn't have a charger.
worry, we'll be doing the other 2 this weekend. We're doing the other 2 of Halloween Town this weekend. Also, and by the way, nobody knows, everybody knows this already, but we are doing a special Halloween special stream. So I will be live the night of Halloween. So I will be back, I'll be live that day with Scoots, obviously. Me and Scoots will be live probably
I probably
till
won't be there because I'm going trick-or-treating.
3:30, and then after
morning?
no in the night 3:30 in the afternoon 3:30 in the afternoon is the time I end. I'll be starting at around 12, ending around 3:30 because I'm gonna jump out of Phas and everything and get ready, and I'm gonna go get some food for my grandmother and myself, and then head over to my grandmother's and be ready for trick-or-treaters because we're gonna eat before they come.
Oh, so you're handing candy out?
Yes, well, that's what I do with my grandmother for the last couple of years.
Aw.
Well, she doesn't know anymore, so it's hard for her to do it herself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Ma's okay here by herself. I mean, I'd rather have somebody here with Ma, but there's nothing, I can't be in 2 places at once, so.
I wish you could.
I wish I could be in 4 places at once.
Dude, I could be in England, Canada, and,
Hey, I don't even want to be 3 places at once. I'd want to be here, my grandmother, and with Cat.
aw.
Also, guys, everybody, Kat sends her love. She's currently not able to get into her Twitch account for some reason. She's locked out of her Twitch account, so.
L.
Well, she thinks it got hacked, and I don't know how to go about that. Like, does she just contact Twitch support, and can they do anything about it?
She needs to contact it as soon as possible before the person who hacked it says some bad shit and then actually gets the account banned.
I thought you said it was Twitter.
Twitch. Nope, her Twitch account. Her crafty girl. Ha ha ha. Or whatever it is. Yeah, crafty girl. H-A-H-A.
Am I in?
I mean, even if she has to create a new account, she's getting her mod. She's getting her mod and editor back.
Wait, what do I do?
Okay, you're just gonna come along with us for the ride. So get in the bus. We're going back to camp, Scoots.
What the hell is this?
What? What the hell is what?
Oh, I did it already. Sorry.
No!
This is a ghost thing.
These are the ghosts that are in the tutorial. Oh wow, they're letting off a freezing. They're letting off freezing. They're breathing.
Yeah, stand in the center. You gotta move a bit sometimes.
Oh my god, they're all dead. Well, R.I.P. Rip. Who is this? This dude looks like he's having the time of his. How is he floating? What in the hell?
Look up in the window.
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. What the hell is that thing? Kinda
One of the
looks like...
ghosts.
Wait, if I do this again, will it do it again? No.
No.
Is there anything upstairs?
Now there's sheets on the floor. Look at this big pumpkin over here. It's got a sad face on it. Sad pumpkin. Sad big pumpkin.
It's okay.
I
Now
love.
that hurt my feelings. Wait, so you can see when it does that, right? Or is it
No,
different for everyone?
it's everybody has to activate it. Everybody has to activate this circle.
It's like the badge. You only see what you see, and we don't see what you see.
Ah.
They put all the lights right up here. Oh, look, there's a pumpkin in the middle of the basketball. Little pumpkin. And he's happy, little pumpkin, with his one tooth.
Oh.
Oh my god, look at.
One.
Yeah.
I'm so sad. Come here, buddy. I'll give you a nice hug.
Yeah, don't step on the, don't step in there, because you might get stuck. I got stuck in the one that's underneath here. I got stuck in with this guy. Look at all the blood and the guts that are in with this guy.
I want to see something real quick. So, I'm pretty sure that last Halloween update, if you shined a UV light somewhere, something showed up.
No, they didn't do that for this one. It's the same as... It's the same lobby. They just added the decorations. So, these are from the, asylum.
What?
These right here, these in the corner, right here by the... These things
Oh,
are from the
shit.
asylum. There's a couple of them around the room. Look at the pumpkin up here. Whoa! His mouth is bigger than mine.
Well, this pumpkin doesn't have a face.
Yeah, uncarved pumpkin. It's probably uncarved. Look at this one. Look at the big one on top of the cabinet above the bones.
Yeah, I know, I saw.
I love his big mouth. Last year, they didn't put them back this year, but last year they had, people hanging from up here by the rafters.
Yep.
Like, how were they hanging?
By rope.
Upside down by feet.
By their head. Like, do you know those, you know when you die in fact, when you die and you see all those hanging bodies hanging from the ceiling?
There's bodies that hang from the ceiling in Phasmophobia?
Yeah, remember all when you die, all the red room with all the bodies hanging and the ghost that's in front of you? Standing in the corner? Those bodies were hanging above the truck last year.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
The white bodies, like the ones that are in the center, the ones that are on the floor here. Also, they left the sheets on the floor. Somebody left their sheets on the floor. Yes, somebody left their sheets on the floor. You might want to pick them up. A ghost in the
This
sheets.
one's gonna be easy for surplus.
Hmm?
This one's gonna be easy for surplus.
Yeah. It's kind of why I wanted to do this one first, because it's easiest. Hey, there's no equipment. Oh.
There's a little CCTV!
Yeah, of course. That's the
Screensaver.
new screensaver to help the what is it, Scoots? You said it earlier. To help with
Performance. To help with performance.
Yeah. I didn't know that screensavers help the performance. Also, surplus drop. Make sure you leave one thing in the van. Don't fill your hands.
I can't pick up the flashlight.
Slendy Man?
Oh!
Oh yeah. That's
That's
creepy.
cool.
Slendy's here. Alright.
I've never... Wait,
Surplus.
hold on,
Come
take a
here.
picture of that. It's badass.
There's probably one on Maple, too. Surplus. Do you have one? Okay, switch your hands so your hand is empty.
Okay, one slot open.
Okay. Come over to the pumpkin over here.
Oh shit, I did something.
Are we doing this, or are we just gonna get the card?
He's gonna grab his card first, then we'll do this. Come over to the pumpkin over here and press E. And grab that card out of its mouth. Now take it, put it back in the van. Throw it on the counter by the computer. Yeah, we usually throw it in the light there, so that way. Okay, now we can go about the rest of our day.
That's all I had to do?
That's all you have to do is grab those cards, and at the end of it, you take them all to the Maple Lodge campsite, and you insert them into the fire. You insert them into the witch's pit.
I don't even want to do this. I want to just go collect the cards, dude. That sounds so cool.
I can't wait to see what the brew looks like. Although we're gonna do the brew 3 separate times, so I will do mine first. So I will throw all my items in, and then we'll go through and do the campsite and make sure we get the ghost right and everything. And then we'll do it a second time for you, Surplus, then third for Scoots. Sound good, everybody?
You guys can do it. Just you two. I don't care.
Well, I mean, we're obviously going to help you get it as well, considering we're halfway there. Even though
Why
you don't
does
care
Slenderman
about
look like he's like bright like a light?
Because he's a light bulb. Slendy became light bulb. He bought a light bulb for a head.
Are you here?
No.
Spirit box. Spiritual
sorry.
box. Hmm?
Do the cameras have microphones?
Of course they do, I do believe, but they don't work.
No, because I just heard it talk, and I don't have any of your stream open, and there's no sound sensors down.
You probably heard it because you're in game, and Scoots is not far away in game.
Orbs.
This is a very small campsite.
Wait, I can't tell if that's orbs or not. Is the camera in the wrong place? Position?
No.
Not facing the tent. Oh. Who's in the van with me?
Me. Surplus, we can hear whatever you're watching in the background.
Sorry.
No orbs. Okay.
Just want to make sure I'm not copyrighting anybody, you know.
No orbs.
I mean, I know if I had Platty up, Platty wouldn't mind, but he would still tell me, hey, get hurt, you know, mute the stream. Don't.
What in the... Why is there a square in the middle? Who put sand outside the tent?
What do you mean?
There's
That's how
salt
you-
sitting...
That's how you assault.
You put 2 salt out here?
Yes, so it slows the ghost down during a hunt. You've never seen JoJo do that? The salt actually slows the ghost during a hunt.
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes, it helps the ghost. So the ghost would get trapped in that square before it comes out. So if it comes from back here, excuse me.
Oh. I heard it stepped in salt.
No, that was me. See, there's supposed to be a hiding spot back here behind the sleeping bags, but that's not. I thought, these are nice sleeping bags. I'd like these 2 blue ones right here.
EMF 5.
5?
You have 5?
Yep.
Okay.
We have a problem.
What's that?
We don't have a ghost orb, do we?
No.
No.
Because it can't be orbs. It's EMF 5, so no orbs. Knobs. Knobs.
Orbs.
And since it's not stepping in the salt, it's not ultraviolet, it's not ghost writing, it's not freezing temps, it's gotta be a dots. Nope, it's a wraith. It's gotta be a wraith. Wraiths don't step in salt. That's my proof right there. If you look, none of those salts are stepped in at all.
Makes sense.
Oh, it ghost evented.
Oh. Damn it, I should have got a picture of it.
If
didn't
it's a
see the
raid,
ghost.
that crucifix ain't gonna do anything, cause it can spawn on. It can spawn on us. Even if-
Teleporting?
It can teleport. If it's a wraith, it can fly through walls, so it can.
Oh,
literally-
dots!
Okay, nice.
Well, it just dots right in front of me. Can you dots it again? Mr. Wraith?
Mr. Dot Man. Give him some dots.
So I could take a picture of you. Come on. Let me take a picture of your shitty ass
Dot man.
dots.
Give me some dots. Dot 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 dot.
Shut up with the, not you, the EMF.
I heard that.
What?
Mr. Dot Man.
Come on, dots. Come on, dots me. Come on.
Maybe it doesn't want to.
So if you die, that card still counts.
Yep. As long as your team survives. As long as the team survives.
Oh.
Damn it, that was too quick. Come on, dots one more time. Gotcha.
Gotcha, bitch.
3-star ghost photo. Hell yeah. We can't get any more pictures because...
Parabolic? Do parabolic.
Mr. Salmon. Give me a drink.
Also, Mel was trying to join us before, so...
Mel is gonna join us?
He was, but he's unable to get into the game for some reason.
Did he update it?
Yes, but he's unable to play for some reason, so I told him to contact the dev because his game won't work.
Is he still there?
Uh-huh.
He's
I
in
think
stream.
he's somewhere in stream. He's probably playing another game. He's here watching, lurking. Been a while since he's talked, but... Hey, I got beans!
Beans?
Yeah! I got a can of beans!
Oh my
Oh.
god.
It threw a can of tomato soup at me, actually. Not a can of beans, but...
Go and just to the next one.
Why? Can I not fill my book up? Come on, man. I want to get a perfect game.
I hope you mess up. So,
Okay,
give me a
well,
perfect game.
yeah, we're not gonna get a perfect game with this one. I'm only kidding.
I was just gonna take a photo to mess it up, but okay.
We're not gonna get perfect game anyway because it's a wraith. Also, you're the one's been fucking up my perfect games.
No. I've only done it. One time. I've only done it one time.
And if you don't fuck up the custom we're on, we make $1,000 out of this custom.
We just made $1,000.
805 because we didn't find the bone. Or repel the ghost instance while it's chasing someone. Alright, so we all have Camp Woodwind. Where do we want to go next? Everybody makes their choice. Everybody make a choice. Where do y'all want to go next? We're saving the prison and the campsite for last. To Tanglewood. Back to Tangle. Back to the Tangle.
Tingle.
We're gonna go Tango with Tanglewood.
Mr. Sandman.
Let's
give me
not.
some sand.
No singing, because if I'm gonna upload this
Use the original words.
to YouTube.
Mr. Dotman. Give me some dots. Dot 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 dot. I just wanna see your ugly
Okay,
dots.
yeah, let's not. No.
That's technically
Yeah,
not
that's fine.
copyright.
I mean, still might be. Never know with YouTube. I think
Fuck
anything
you.
is copyright nowadays.
Bro, YouTube. Oh.
I know, but it's probably where I'm gonna be streaming to. Secondly, because I'm gonna be using restream from Twitch to YouTube.
Are you
Here's,
gonna connect it? Are you gonna connect it so when you stream on Twitch, it streams on YouTube too? Or isn't that a bannable offense now?
No, you're allowed to now. They've fully allowed all Twitch streamers, even if you're under contract with Twitch, you are now allowed to stream to whatever site you wish. So you can multi-stream. Multi-streaming is now allowed on all platforms, on all the... the pumpkin for this one, surplus.
Bone.
Oh wait, ghost.
Your pumpkin's under there. Now
Bone's
take that.
right here.
Yeah, go take that to the van. I'll worry about the bone. Look at that bone picture. Look at that bone zone. Oh, duh. Writing.
Rating? Good.
Who put the writing book down?
I did.
Oh, hallway.
Get orbs.
I didn't look before somebody placed the dots down. Hold on. We need to see if we have orbs first, and this would be a better place. The dots is right there.
You can click on it now, and it turns off. You don't have to pick it up.
Really?
Yeah, if you click on it, it
Oh.
closes the...
Well, keep it closed for now until I see there's
Okay.
orbs. Cause I gotta look from multiple angles here with this camera. I don't see it, but it could be a possibility. Don't worry, I'll open them back up now.
I don't think it's dots.
I don't think so either. If it's only writing, if it's writing, I can get another picture of writing easily.
How old are you? Be friendly.
Oh, that's a glitch.
What?
Does anyone else see that? The CCTV logo is outside the computer.
Yeah.
It's
Be
floating
friendly.
in the air.
What do you want? You here?
Of course, it's gonna have glitches. This is just
Are you old?
people pushed for this update really fast this morning. Everybody was on their fucking doorstep this morning. You should have seen their Discord. Friggin' Jesus Christ! I have never seen anything so much more pushy than the Phas Discord this morning. Holy shit!
Yep.
They were on one this morning, like they were pushing. When's the update? What time? When? Now? How about now? How about now? Yeah, like it was just fucking mayhem this morning. I bet you'd still mayhem in there because people are like, oh, I'm not able to play. Oh, I'm having this. Oh, I'm having it. Oh, it's a wraith, not a wraith.
There's salt right here too, by the way.
Okay. Awesome, not a wraith. Not a wraith.
Oh. EMF 5.
EMF 5, okay. EMF 5 and ghost rating. So spirit miling shade. I have a funny feeling this is a miling. Oh, I see Mel starting up Phasmophobia.
Play?
Why? Why is there not a crucifix in there? Why is the crucifix in the van?
Why?
There's no crucifix in the room.
There will be right in a second.
Well, there is now. Okay, what salts did I take a picture of here, Surplus? I don't even...
I know which ones. The ones in the middle, or you didn't take pictures of.
Okay.
Freezing.
No. Okay. Well.
Shade.
I need 2 more salts, Surplus. 3 more salts, but I'll get it. You said freezing, so shade. Can I have...
Salt.
Could I have it so I know where I'm placing it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Jeez. It's easier, so I know where it was put. Okay, that was on the crucifix. And I'll put the other two by the baby room. It's fixed. Nice. Now we have to run all four of us through the maps.
Wait.
Me first.
Yeah.
Ladies
What we could do is we could finish this one, get Mel, and then do this one again. So that way we have this one done. But a friend wants me to hop on, so I'll probably hop in. But a friend wants me to hop on, so I'll hop in soon probably. Okay, Mel, just let me know, man, and we can grab you and take you into the game. So
I found a joke. We can take you into the white van. There's some free candy in there.
Oh my god, no. Somebody needs to cut that out because this is going on YouTube.
You want some candy?
I'm not uploading that to YouTube. God damn it. And I don't have a way to separate audio, damn it. Also, yes, good. So we're gonna be taking a clip of the Halloween shit and uploading it to YouTube, or a whatchamacallit, highlight, if possible.
Highlight?
Yes. Although it might be kind of long for a highlight.
We got it.
Got it. Yes, we did. Why not just put the whole video up?
I mean, that would be up to you. Right now, I'm 5 hours into stream.
Yeah.
It's a,
Okay.
Okay, as long as you have the space, because I don't.
I
do.
I would recommend taking a clip of when he finishes it and posting it too. And just clip that and post it, because I know I've been looking around and there's a lot of posts about just the ending that I haven't looked at that have like millions and
Oh,
millions
the
of
highlights
views.
of the end. Oh, well, that's what I'm talking about. When we do the
Okay.
end part.
Sorry, I was
Okay.
just.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna post. So, like, we'll have to go through and make sure there's no audio, because I did sing there in the first little bit. Halloween music. I forgot I was gonna upload this to YouTube, but I'm gonna upload
Ready?
this to YouTube anyway, so yeah, I'm ready.
Shade.
The shitty shade.
Or, yeah, shade. There's no orbs, so
Welcome back.
chance of
There's
having
no
a
place for you.
mimic.
Mimyak. We got mimicked once tonight. I think that's enough for one night of a mimic. No more mimics,
Level,
go
level.
game. I'm not gonna get a level until another 2000. Yeah, it takes 3,000 for me to get a level now. 3,000 per level up.
That count for you?
3,364.
Yeah, that's counted.
Awesome. So now, if you get your big head out of the way.
You know what?
Oh, whoever was in there, I don't know who had their big head in the way. One of yous did. Either you or Scoots.
No, I'm back here.
Alright, Surplus, pick which one you want to do. Edgefield or Ridgeview? Because
Review! Woo!
Ridgeview it is, okay. We did them in.
Let me look for the pumpkin instead of telling me. Is
Okay.
it upstairs or downstairs?
This
Upstairs in the
one.
blue room upstairs, I think.
Upstairs, no.
No.
Okay, if
Basement.
it's downstairs. Ah,
Basement.
fuck.
It's in the basement, on the shelf in the basement.
Of course it's in the basement. Of course.
Why wouldn't they put it in the basement? Because Surplus loves going in the basement.
Yeah. I hate this game.
What, you love basements?
Yeah. Woo, it's my favorite part of this game.
So foggy.
Fog! Oh, good luck with your pumpkin.
Fuck. If I die down here, I swear to God.
I'm not going down there, so unless I need to. Who's in
Where
my
is
room?
it?
To the left, to the left. Everything at home in your body's to the left. I think, yeah, to the left. When you get down the stairs, go to the left.
Yep.
To the left on the shelf, in the back. Bone.
Master
Get me
bedroom.
out of here. Get me out of here. Get me out of here.
We're in here too. Wait, did you leave any equipment down there?
No.
Okay, good. I was gonna say, don't take equipment down there with you. I left my camera down there before, my video camera, when I did it, and I was like,
That's
shit!
real.
I was like, sheet. Okay, lockers are open in the garage. One set of lockers are open. Who turned this light on?
Not
Right
me.
here.
Did you turn this light on? Scoots? Oh. Then the ghost must have turned the light on.
It's right here.
Yes, I'm trying to see an orb. If y'all would stop shining your flashlight on my camera. Surplus, you're not helping. Orb!
You're welcome.
Good.
And you said there was a
Something
bone. You said there was a bone zone back here?
Master
What is
bedroom.
glowing in your hand? Oh, that's your flashlight. You never heard me say that, okay? I'm not slow, okay?
I mean, did anybody find the cursed object? No.
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 Of course not. Why would we look for a cursed object? I'm just
I'm
kidding.
looking for a bone.
It's not the Ouija board.
Where are you?
It's not the voodoo doll. So then it's
Where are
either
you?
music box or
Where are
summoning
you?
circle. Does
Where are
anybody
you?
know where the monkey paw
Where are
spawns on
you?
this map?
Where are you? 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 Where are
Okay.
you? Okay, it's not here.
I mean, you have to ask it different questions, but you know, can't just ask the same question. It's not what? It's not music box. What the fuck is this? Does anybody know where the freaking monkey paw spawns on this map?
Where are you?
Upstairs.
How old are you? Are you old?
If well,
I
spirit
heard it
box.
speak. You fucking ghost. Fuck, I hate this ghost. It's a hypocrite. It only said hello to Scoots and not me.
Well, sometimes it does that because their voice system in this game is still wonky because when they switch to Photon.
What's Photon?
That's their new voice system. It's called Photon. And guess what? We have a monkey paw. Stupid thing. I'd rather be a Ouija board or a something less useful. Or something more useful. Okay, I'm bringing in some salt. I'm getting salty in this house. There's some salt in this house. There's some salt in this house. There's a salt in this house. There's some salt coming in. Okay, salt. Salt. Somebody salt. Not a wraith. Oh. Did I just get dots? Did I just get dots as I took that picture?
I don't know. Herb salt.
Yeah. But did it just walk? I think it walked through the dots at the same time.
No, it didn't. That was Scoots.
The scoots was the dots, okay.
See, look,
Yeah.
I'm the ghost.
Yeah, I don't think the dots should be picking up people. I think they should make it so the dots can't pick you up. Also, I love the tier 3 sound sense, the tier 3 motion sensor. Oh, also surplus, you're on your own for the challenge.
What's the challenge?
Primitive! No primitive items this week.
What? Wait, did you guys complete it
Yeah.
already?
Yeah, we did earlier.
Fuck.
So we made $5,000.
Wanna help me later?
That depends on how I feel. If I'm gonna be live, or if if Platy goes live later, I might be ending early. I don't know. It's not hoping to maybe play some Devour with them tonight. Considering I will be live on Halloween, this might be a 2-part series.
Yeah, come on, show us some dots. Or orbs. Yeah, got the parabolic.
Yeah, I got the candle. Who's in here with me?
Me.
Oh. I didn't think of a surplus. He's probably hiding in the van. Back again, are ya? You just walked away and I'm like, you just walked back in. You're like, not freezing. I'm like, back so soon, are ya?
Yeah.
Is my game set to Phasmophobia, or am I set on just chatting?
Fast.
It says
Orbs.
just chatting for me. Orbs.
Orbs.
What else do we got?
Spirit box.
Okay. What else?
That's it.
You mean that's all? What are you doing to me, man?
Ultraviolet is not an option. EMF is not an option.
Okay. EMF. EMF. Ultraviolet. Dots. Dots is a yokai. Mare is ghost rating. And freezing temps is an Oreo.
We're
Oreo.
at 46. Guitar. 41.
I'm at 46.
But you know.
Oh, it's
Say
not E-
dots.
I'm pretty well gonna say it's not EMF. Well, EMF is not an option, right?
EMF is not an option. Not dots.
I got an interaction. Well, they can still use the EMF for you know. So I'm gonna say no dots, 'cause it hasn't stepped through the dots yet. And no freezing. So I'm gonna say ghost rating and the mayor. Although the power is still on, so.
Mares don't like power, right?
No. They do not, sir.
Unreal then.
Well, then we got something wrong.
Not unreal. Yokai or unreal.
If it's a yokai, then we have EMF 5, then we have something wrong, right? So we have freezing or dots. So we don't have any rating. So it's freezing or dots. I bet you it's freezing. I just buried the spirit box in salt. Okay, 3 more pictures. I have 2 more salt, so.
Saying no to dots.
Yeah, I'm not seeing dots either. That's why I'm gonna say freezing temps and unreal. Cause it just turned on this light, and if it was a mare wouldn't have turned on a light.
Really?
Yes, the mare will try to turn off the lights.
Okay, unreal it is.
I got the interaction.
Oops. You're at 28 now.
Hi! I'll take that, thank you. Well, that was easy. Well, that was easy. That was
Does it
easy.
count? Photo? No.
No, because I didn't have enough room in the book.
But it'll count at the end though, right?
Ask Ghost. Yes, if I'm trying to get 50 star, if I'm trying to get 3-star photos, yes. If it's in your thing, it'll count. Complete objectives in Willow Street House. Oh, that's easy. Prevent hunt with a crucifix. 12 out of 15, so we only have to do a couple more of them. I've done all my dailies. My weeklies, I only have 1 weekly left to do. 2. Prevent hunt with a crucifix. And complete objectives in Willow Street House 12 times. So if I do Willow for you, and me, that'll be 3, 6, 9. And then if we do it for Mel, that'll be 12. Right? Am I correct? 3, 6, 9, 12 for my objectives for Willow Street House. When we go to Willow, we're going to complete all the objectives. Because it says complete objectives in Willow Street House, 0 out of 12.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That's my weekly task. That's my weekly task. And that will be my tasks this week. Completely done.
Mine's in Maple Lodge.
Yours is in Maple Lodge?
Yep.
For complete objectives? So if
Yep.
we do Maple Lodge, for me, you, Surplus, and Mel, that'll count, right?
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
really care for any of that stuff.
I mean, it gets you more money at the end of the week. You know what I mean? More
Sure,
money?
but
More
what,
money, more
500?
cash! Yeah. $500.
You know how much money I
$500.
have? I got like $28,000.
Well, can I have a loan?
Sure. Talk to the devs. Say this guy wants to give you some money.
They'll probably be like, no. Make your money. Don't just go asking your friends for money. Okay, I'm taking freezing. Unreal.
Yep. Surplus is AFK.
We gotta wait for Mr. 231 to lock in.
What?
We're waiting on you.
What's the ghost?
Unreal.
Okay.
I'll jumbled up Unreal. Are you ready to rock and roll? Surplus? Hello? Scoots, you locked in?
I am.
Surplus? I'm locking the door. If you don't have it locked in. 3, 2,
I'll just
1. Oh. Why?
He was just here.
Yes, but he probably had to run away because his parents probably called him for something.
Well, you're the host, so you decide.
Yeah, I'm calling it because I want to move on. 3, 5, 4, 3, 2,
I'm locked in.
1. Okay, we're making sure. Because he didn't say anything, he just walked away.
My bad.
Yes, I always go make sure everybody says yes, yes, yes. If you don't say yes, I'm not, I don't
You never guess what it is.
Oh my god.
Again.
We got mimicked again. Are you fucking shitting me? That's the second time tonight. Fuck off with these damn fucking mimics. Take them and shove them somewhere where the sun don't shine. Put them away. Hide them.
Hold on, guys. Kirby.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'll be back. Are you ready to go get another one, Surplus?
Hey, let's stop.
Are you ready to go get another card?
Yeah, give me a second. Hold on. I'm trying to super glue this.
What are you trying to super glue? Also, don't get it on your fingers, because that shit don't come off. Trust me.
Too late.
What?
Too late.
Well, good luck feeling your fingertips for the next week. blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
What up? What up? Ready up?
Surplus ready yet?
Ready, Freddy?
Hold on.
So I'm catching up, guitar.
Catching up to what?
You.
You're not gonna catch me. 'Cause maybe I'm gonna prestige.
Yeah, then look who's in the negative. You are.
Are you guys not gonna prestige?
I will.
I'm definitely prestiging to catch up to the content, the other content creators.
Wait,
There's no way you can catch up to them. They play way too much.
JoJo's only what? Level 2?
4?
3?
4?
you realize to catch up, you'd have to play this game for 68 hours non-stop.
I'll catch up eventually.
No, you won't.
Eventually, yeah.
I readied up.
Ready. Edgefield. Alright. I like this one.
I hate this.
This one is the blue room, right?
Yeah, blue room on top of the trash
Trash
can.
Where the fuck is that?
Upstairs.
Oh,
In the back of the hallway.
I don't wanna.
Well, you're on your own. Good luck. I'm not going up there because I don't need to unless I have to. I'm going to the basement.
You know what? Just because you said that,
What? What?
nothing.
I'm going to the basement. I'm in the basement. What are you talking about? Wow, did you actually just close the door and not come in the house? Wow. Power's on, by the way.
We have Voodoo Doll, by the way.
How do you know that?
Because it's in the room that the
Oh.
Voodoo Doll's in.
I'll go get it. Why is there a dots in here?
Because I had to place it down.
Hi, Big Chop. What's up, Chop? You tried, sir. You tried. Well, you might want to come get your dots. Anything down there, Scoots?
Nope.
Nothing up here either. Nothing in the basement either. I ain't found shit.
Upstairs, I swear there's an upstairs, right?
I will
There
get
is.
you someday.
You chop.
Maybe, Chop. Maybe. Maybe. Wait.
Hallway.
Move. Move. I thought I just saw it. Move, please. I thought I saw an orb. I don't know. Yep. No. Yeah. No. I don't know.
Yep.
It's gotta be this hallway, though. Guess what, Surplus? It's upstairs. Thank you, Mel.
Welcome back now.
Guys, you're hearing Scoots and Surplus in the background.
Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Are you old? You a child? Where are you? No purse.
Surplus is not gonna like where this ghost is at. Hey, touch something.
Double check. There's bone in here.
Yeah, I touched something on the other side. I'm going to go get a UV. Ah! How's your day going, Chop? I gotta get another dots. Hopefully it's good. We're playing the Phas update for Halloween
Give me a minute.
2023. Nice. Hopefully that went well for you.
Oh, you had your surgery, right? What'd you have your surgery on, if you don't mind me asking?
I think.
Knee surgery. Okay. And ankle. Oh boy. Double dose. Ouch.
Ah.
Looking for dots. You said you got orbs? Okay. Heard that. No fingerprints.
I still have another salt. No footprints in the salt either. You know what that means?
What?
Wait, we can't have dots and have a raise. Wait. What?
UV. There's no UV. Because I touched the door and there's no fingerprints.
There it is.
Hello.
Yeah, it's on the stairs.
Gonna try spirit box?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely, since it's probably a mimic. Where are you? Where are you? Are you here?
Here in the
Spirit box.
Airbox. Okay. So what do we have to do?
Spirit box rating.
Okay. Mayor?
Spirit box rating. Mayor. The mimic is freezing temps ultraviolet.
It touched the door and it didn't have fingerprints. So that rules that out.
I do believe.
Supposedly.
Yeah, the spirit box ultraviolet. Spirit box ultraviolet freezing temps. And orbs.
Firelight now. Event.
Yeah, in the bathtub. Look at the picture.
Saw it. On stream.
Surplus, look at the stream.
Good pick.
Jim?
Look at the stream.
Oh my god.
I gotta go in the bathtub.
Damn, it didn't show. Okay. Do we know what the ghost is?
Yeah. There.
Yep. Mayor. No hair for the mayor.
You're at 38%. 35.
Yeah, could you get another book up here? So it'll write in it? Hmm?
Okay.
I just need one picture. Well, hopefully that goes well for you, Chop.
Crucifix just burned
Fully?
fully.
Means we're down to one. The other one is in there. It's at the top of the hallway.
Where's the camera at? 43%. Are you gonna go up there? You want me to?
Where am I at? Oh.
No.
Why don't we send surplus?
Please leave a message after the boop.
It's Scoots. I know who we should send. We should send the guy with 96% sanity.
Yep. Door.
What? What? What about a door?
Front door. See if it's open.
I'm eating chips at the moment. I have a hand in a jar. No. Yep.
Open?
Yep. Did you die?
No. It hunted though.
Did you get the picture we needed?
Nope.
Damn it.
It didn't right.
It did?
It didn't.
Oh.
Mr. 95% here.
Yeah, he's not here at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. I'm taking all the pills because I'm going back in.
Okay. Alright.
Wish me luck.
Wait, you should wait till it grows. Till it, rises.
Till it grows, huh? What are we growing pumpkins here? Listen, I don't grow pumpkins on my head. Listen, we're not growing seeds like in this is not STN, okay?
Okay.
You don't need to water me till I grow. Guess what?
Got it.
We have rope. It hurts!
Yes.
Apparently it hurts. Blech. Alright. If you're not locked in, you're getting left behind.
Just press the damn button!
Are you locked in a mare? Hopefully you were locked in a mare.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
God, I don't know what you had to scream at me for. Well, if you're gonna AFK, just tell us before you have it. Make sure you have it locked in before you leave. Wait, that should be a perfect game. What? Oh, we didn't get the bone. Who forgot to look for the bone?
All of us.
Guess what? I got a level.
Hmm?
I got a level. Ooh, chose the next map. I guess Surplus did already. Guess we're going to the farm. Guess we're going farming.
I have a question.
Now this is the first time around for me, so I'll get the
Would it be a bad idea if we, like, could we just go in there, grab it, and leave?
Why?
Grab the pumpkin?
Grab the pumpkin, leave. So the ones that we have to do for all of us, why don't we just do the first two, or the first one we just grab and go, and then the second one we actually play. So we don't have to keep running the same maps over and over again.
I mean, we're still going to run it over and over again because only one person can pick it up per round.
True.
So, like, I pick it up the first round, you
Yeah, but
guys
if we
can't
go
pick
in
it
there,
up.
if we go in there, you pick it up and we leave, and then we start a new one, and then I pick it up, and then we play it out.
So
That'll
you're
work.
saying play less.
I mean, it's
I'm
gonna.
okay with that.
I mean, it's gonna take us. It took
Well,
us
made it
at
through this
7
one.
o'clock. We started the first map, the map that we just played, and it's been 40 minutes. It's gonna take us till like 5 in the morning to get all of them done if we do that.
True.
I'm just saying.
But I need to do Willow Street 4 times
Yes.
because of my challenge for the week. My weekly challenge is to get all the objectives in Willow Street House.
We could do that later, though, after we get all of these pumpkins.
Well, I don't want to go back after we get all the pumpkins and do that.
Well, we got till Monday to do it, right?
Yes,
Sure.
your weekly challenges are till Monday. So, and I don't think I'm gonna be on again for the rest of the
Yeah.
week.
Oh, okay.
So I'm trying to get this done before this update goes away. That's why I want to hurry it up.
Well, the update's here till November 2nd.
I know, but I want to just get it done before if they update it and you have to actually complete it, then it's going to take us longer. Oh my god, I have to blow my nose. Hold on.
You sick child.
Well, I got.
We don't have to do it like that. I'm just saying that I think that would be a better idea because it's going to take us like forever
Yeah.
if
Well-
we just play every single one.
Well, are you guys okay with me grabbing this pumpkin as mine, though? Like the first one
Yeah,
be
yeah.
mine?
Just go.
Okay.
So you'll grab it, and then do you want to just come back to the van and then leave? And
We
then
don't
go
know
back?
where. The only problem is I have no idea where it's at.
Okay, I guess we're searching for a pumpkin.
Yep, and because of the update just being freshly released, I don't think anybody has any clue where they're at. JoJo probably knows where they're all at. Because they were given hints. Because they're content creators. Okay, when we find the pumpkin, let me know. Because I'm gonna don't grab the thing out of it. Because remember, the first one has
On
to
the boat.
grab. I have just a flashlight on me.
Shit.
What?
It's in the attic.
You're
Yeah,
shitting me, right?
No.
Oh,
That's the only place that I think it would be. Because I haven't seen it anywhere upstairs.
I mean,
and I
this is
haven't
the
seen it
attic.
anywhere. No, like the thing with like all yeah, in there.
Nope. No glowy pumpkin. Is there even a pumpkin here?
There is, yes, there is.
Oh, where is it?
Fuck is it? Wait, I hear something.
Pumpkins do make sounds.
No, I swear it makes like this like very like soft humming sound.
That's the ghost.
It's hiding behind something.
Hey, oh, I thought this wash bucket was a freaking pumpkin. Ha! Did anybody look outside? Does it have to be inside? Hey, there's pumpkins out here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I just got jump scared. Holy shit, my heart! Oh my god!
My god, are you serious? Are you
What?
serious? We don't even have to go inside the house for this one.
I'm leaving. Bye. I'm going to the van. I just got the
found
shit scared
it.
out of me.
And guess
Me
what it
too.
is? Guess what this one is?
What?
A sack of beans times 3.
Hurry up, okay? I just got the shit scared out of me.
I
Come on,
can't
man.
run, okay? I don't have stamina.
I don't give a fuck. Hurry up. It's all the way in the back room, by the way. Scared the living jalebas out of me.
Don't worry, I don't have to go through the house, because I know where the pumpkin's at. This is such an easy pumpkin.
Funny.
Sack of beans. I'm taking my sack of beans and we're leaving. I didn't even take a guess, so.
Oni. Spirit. Oh, if I would have just left.
Oh! Damn, I got it right! Woo! See, I'm a pro ghost hunter.
Okay, back to after we go.
Don't worry, we're just gonna go back 2 more times.
Or one
No
more time.
more.
What?
Yeah, we have to do it for Scoots.
There's 3 of us. Hey, if we're doing it, we might as well do it, man. It's easy. It's an easy pumpkin to get. It's outside. All you have to do is go around the back of the house, grab the recipe, and leave.
Hey, this one, I'll grab it, and then we'll go back to lobby. And then next one, Scoots can grab, and we'll play it out.
Yeah.
I
You wanna-
cannot see a damn fucking thing.
Just follow me. I know where it's at. Without the flashlight.
I'm using a flashlight. Will this guy shut the fuck up who's talking in this damn van? It's pissing me off. Oh, this ghost might be harmful. You've said that 1 million fucking times.
Yeah, it's one of the developers.
Where the fuck are you? Oh, it's in the back.
Far corner.
But I swear to God, if a ghost jumps out at me, I'm going to cry. Look at
Over
this.
here!
Oh, it's not that pumpkin. Oopsies.
It's the one that's lit up. Over here. Grab the card out of its mouth and let's go. See, it says sack of potatoes.
It says sack of beans. Not
Beans.
potato.
Whatever. Beans, potatoes, same thing.
They're not the same thing, but
Bean. Beans. What the fuck? Have you ever
If I
heard
keep it in
of?
my inventory, will it count?
You can't drop it. You just gotta. Yes, you can hold on to it if you want.
Okay, get in the van.
Make sure you don't drop the card.
I'm holding on to it.
It doesn't show it in your hand. Wait, can you actually put it in your pocket?
Yeah, I did. You can put it in your pocket.
What?
Yeah.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Twins.
It counted. Yay!
Wow, you guessed twins. Great.
No. I guessed I got the thing. I didn't guess twins. You know what's funny? Is that
You realize we still gotta go to the biggest map of all history. That's the prison. Fuck the prison. Fuck the prison. I said the prison. I said the prison one. We just run in, grab the cards, and get it. Just leave. I'm not doing prison. I ain't doing no prison. You know where the card is, so don't think you need to tell me to tell you where to go. Considering you've seen where both of us.
Getting it.
And just take it back and throw it in the van. I wonder, does it actually just throw these items into your pocket? Like, how does this work?
Have we done Bleasdale yet?
No, we still gotta go to the Dale, the Dale one, but the Bleasdale. We gotta do Grafton, Bleasdale. We gotta go to the.
I know where the prison one is. I think.
What?
Wouldn't it be in the room with Isn't there a room full of like blood?
No, that's the
Oh,
asylum.
Never mind.
That's the asylum. If it was in the asylum, don't look at me to go there. I'm not gonna go get it.
Crucifix is at the back door. They grabbed too many things at once.
Oh, well, what did you do that for?
I forgot.
I forgot you were grabbing your card. That's okay.
Yep.
I wish the card would count for everybody. One person grabs it and it counts for everybody. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh, it's in here. It's in the closet. Twins' bedroom. It's an orb.
Okay.
There's a goal. I'll be in the bedroom. I'm going to grab.
You should turn the sprint back on.
No. I'm going to go grab the crucifix.
Here? No, in here. I was right the first time.
Advanus. What the hell is an Advanus? 1902 200 6753. I don't know who you are, so I'm not gonna answer your call. In the closet. Wait, I had an orb in here, now it's gone. What? Ooh. Ah! Hi.
Upstairs? No, it's not upstairs.
No, it's down here.
It knocked the camera over, by the way. Oh, never mind. You picked it up.
Hi. It's a baby ghost. Ghost picture.
EMF 5.
EMF 5. EMF 5 and a ghost picture. I'll take that any day for the week.
Or the month. Or
Wait, did we find cursed object? No. No.
dirty water.
Monkey paw. Now we just need the bone. Okay, I'm leaving the camera in the room, so if anybody finds the bone, the camera's in the room. So for a perfect game, you need the bone? I thought they took that out of perfect game. Also, if anybody has any questions, any comments, any concerns about this game, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask us. We play a lot of Phasmophobia here. We're mostly horror this month.
You ever want to join?
Yeah, well, we're open to community members.
You gotta be
If
in
you're
the
part of-
community longer than...
Yeah, if you're in my community, if you're part of my community, Platy's community, Stock's community, even if you're in Gooch's server, or if we share a community that I've been chatting in before and I know you, you know, we've chatted before, or even if you're a streamer, we're open to allowing people to join. But usually, we let people become part of my Discord, and then I bring you into... Yeah, unless, like, I've chat with them in voice before, like, I like to have people in voice before, like, off stream before I bring them into stream, just in case, you know, just so that they know how to act during stream.
Because we don't want anyone to act like wild monkeys.
But we don't want anybody to come in here and say, oh, you're an asshole, or, you know. If you're gonna be like that, you know, we don't want any of that. Dots? Very dots. Raiju, Wraith, Oni, Goryo. If you don't step in that salt, that's a hit, that's...
Got it. Give me 5 ghost orbs and dots.
How did it step in the salt, though?
I didn't look.
If it's not stepping in my salt, it's not a Goryo. I mean, if we get... if we get a Wraith... Oh no, it did step in the salt because I took a picture of it. I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, dumbass.
Yes, sometimes I am.
It's
Right,
okay.
I'm locked in. I'm in the van. I'll be right back. Raiju.
Raiju! Wait, what was the last evidence? What was the last evidence?
Ghost orbs.
Okay, thank you. Also, where did I leave my camera? Surplus, did you steal my camera?
No.
We don't need a ghost photo because I already got one. How's our journal looking? 4 pictures? Three. Oh shoot. Oh fuck. Wow. Okay. That was kind of fucking quick. Well,
You're at 18%.
I'm dead.
I saw that. That's why I
I'm-
came back.
You're dead.
I'm
Loser.
dead in a corner now. Wait! You can't just leave me here!
Nah. Remember that time you left me here? You could stay with the ghost.
Platy's live, playing Devour tonight.
Oh? What time?
8.
8? That's 5 minutes.
Yep.
Damn it. I was hoping to finish this all tonight. But it looks like we're gonna have to drag this into another stream, y'all. Yeah.
You really have to.
I mean, it's easy for you to do by yourself. You can just run in and grab them and go.
Do we just run in real quick and grab them and go? Because I don't think I'm going to be able to do it.
You don't have time the rest of this weekend to do it?
I don't think so. I'm going to be busy. I just need to run in, grab it, and then run
Okay,
out.
let's take my custom off and let's make it easy. Let's just make it an amateur. We're gonna run in, grab the cards and leave. So we're gonna do it 3 times each, and we'll just.
Don't worry about mine.
Dirty
Please
boy.
don't worry about it. Don't care.
This is Willow. We've got 2 more to do. We got 3 more to do. So let's do this quick. Come on, ready up, ready up, ready up, ready up.
Sorry, hold up. Ready up.
Ready up when you're ready. Ready up when you're ready. Ready up when you're ready.
Blitz.
Also, if you're around on the weekend, if you're around tomorrow, we can get you the thingy.
Thingy.
The challenge.
Oh, tomorrow?
Yeah.
What's tomorrow?
Friday.
Like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports
Today's Thursday. I mean, if you're not available tomorrow, I think means Scoots.
Am I running in, or are you going to run in?
Oh, I'm gonna run in and grab this one. I took all my gear with me. I completely forgot what we were doing. Make sure it's not outside first. Oh, Jimmy and Blatty both started up the tower at the same time. You guys just want to help me find the pumpkin? 'Cause we don't even know where it's at on this map yet. I'm gonna check the hiding spot. Remember, we're just running in, grab the pumpkin, and leave.
What map are we on?
Willow. 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 The Willow map. I'm guessing it's in the basement.
I hope you realize that you're dumb.
What? How?
It's right here.
Outside?
It's literally sitting right here.
Are you serious? Let me see
I'm being
this.
so dead ass.
It's not even in the house. It says it's in the house. What the fuck?
Right
Oh,
here.
it's right here.
That's where I'm standing.
So, am I grabbing
Maybe in the
it?
house.
Yeah, grab it. Yep,
Oh,
let's go.
My God, we don't even have to go in the house. Wait, light in the dark? What?
Oh,
Apparently it wants light in the dark times 1.
A candle.
Light in the dark times 1. It doesn't say candle, it's just light in the dark. They're probably...
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think we would have found that if it wasn't for me checking outside.
I checked outside.
Oh, you must be a little bit blind.
I mean, why do I wear glasses, man?
Here,
What?
leave your door open a little bit so maybe Woody can come in.
Okay.
Go on out there.
Okay. Yeah, just leave it open. Sorry, man. I was just leaving the door open for what you got. What? What?
Get in the van.
Okay.
Blitz, blitz, blitz.
Okay. Come here, Scooch.
Oh.
Gee. Aw.
welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Okay, next.
Bleasdale. I think I might know where this one is. I saw a TikTok on this earlier. If I can remember. I saw a TikTok earlier.
Where are we going now?
Bleasdale. I think I might know where it is. I saw
We gotta go back to Willow, though. Are we not going back to Willow for one more?
for one more what?
No, not for me. Don't worry about me.
You don't want to get it? Okay.
I don't care.
You sure, Scoots?
I mean, you've got almost all of them. You're only missing...
I could do this on my own too, you know.
True. We can always do it tomorrow. I can always run you through it tomorrow, too.
I just don't know if I'm gonna be home tomorrow.
Yeah. Why am I even grabbing the key, then?
Oh, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna tell you this one's not outside. It's somewhere in the house.
It better be outside. I'm gonna check outside
No, it's
first.
inside. I literally saw a TikTok on it earlier.
How have you seen TikToks on it? Nobody's done this one yet. This is...
You,
Unless they're doing them out of order.
no. They're all doing. You realize just because it came out.
Nobody's released videos on this yet. I'm the first, one of the first ones. Me, Jojo, and a couple of the others are one of the first ones to get videos out on this. Well, I downloaded the update the minute it came out.
Behind a bunch of boxes. I think it's upstairs. It's upstairs.
Did you check this room? No. I mean, there's boxes right here. Yeah, they're probably gonna finish up with sass anyway. They probably gotta finish the inn. Hey, bitch.
I remember seeing these like plastic containers stacked up on top of each other. It's upstairs.
Oh my god, I see it. Are you serious? Attic. Oh my god, guess what it is?
What?
Jar of Mind times 1. Apparently it's your brain in a jar. Jar of brain times 1. Okay, lock us up. I got the card. We're on to the next one.
We have to go back.
Guessing banshee from everyone.
Huh? What did you say, Scoots?
I'm guessing banshee for everyone.
Bunchy. Bunchy!
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Here we go. I have to put a DB on my mic because my mic is picking up my mom's music a little bit. Alright, back to the back.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, hi.
What was that beep? I got a beep.
Ready up.
I was trying to. I couldn't get to the screen. It wouldn't let me.
I know where the prison one is, by the way.
Why are you cheating?
I only did the prison one because I'm not going to look through that whole damn prison.
Cheater.
Do you want... Okay, go... Okay, I won't tell you where it is. You go look through the whole entire damn prison by yourself. Have fun.
You have a point, but...
That's the only one I'm waiting for.
Okay, go grab your card. I'll wait in the van.
No, come with me.
You know where it's at?
If you do not come... Guitar?
You are virtually safe from being hunted right now.
Not mentally.
We have 5 minutes.
It can't hunt you in 5 minutes.
Luckily for the...
We're back with the Revenant.
You know what is nice, though? The
Huh.
prison one is on the first floor.
Thank God. Is it just inside the door? I'm guessing it's just inside the door.
No, it's all the way down the hallway.
Fuck! Please don't tell me it's in this cell block.
I got it.
No, it's not.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Okay, so it's just in the center hallway.
No, it's not.
Then it's in the cafeteria.
No, it's
Agree.
not.
That's
It's in
the
the
only.
it's in the control room on the bottom floor.
What's the control room? Already up. Hello? Scoots, thank you.
Sorry.
I was clicking.
Come on,
I
man.
was like, click, 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 click. We're trying to do this quickly so I can. Because I got a GO. I gotta. Go!
I gotta go.
I'm just after this one. I'm just gonna disconnect.
Why?
Why?
I'm slowing you guys down.
No, you're fine.
Take a look at the equipment.
We were just
Prepare
kidding,
accordingly
bro.
before starting
Scoots,
Yeah,
you're
I
not
was.
slowing us down.
Whoever was here must have
If it's anyone, it's Guitar, cause he doesn't realize he's readied up. He didn't ready up.
I wasn't ready up.
No.
Fine,
Why am I
take your
coming?
time.
Guitar does it all the. Open the door. Okay, follow me.
Hey, guess what? Music box. Joink. I know where it's at already, I think.
You know, the digital clock makes a ticking sound.
In here. Control, central
Wait.
control.
Yeah, it's right here.
Interesting. What is this one? Screaming skull. Ah! Is it bad that I can imagine that in my head, like, ah! Or whatever that one platy had was like, where it was just really surplus. You're just beating a butt. He closed the door in my face.
You can't close it. Oh yeah, I forgot you can't.
You can't close the van up unless we're all here if we're all alive.
Hey, Guitar, guess what? You get to go in with me again.
Why? You only gotta go to the control room and run out.
Because
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
you have an issue with that?
Oh shit! Wrong button.
Yeah?
Oops.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh
Are you
well.
gonna join? Are you gonna? Don't join back, Scoots.
I clicked the wrong button.
Scoots. Join the Scoots.
That means I have to I have to go copy a text again and.
I'll tell you the code.
I have the code up on my screen.
It's in my clipboard. I don't need to. Back.
When you hit the wrong button, you end up leaving.
Yep.
Quote unquote, he hit the wrong button.
I did. Honestly, I swear I did. I thought that was a skip button. I wasn't watching it.
Mm. Oopsies! I accidentally clicked Control Alt Delete or Control
Oh.
Alt Escape or what is it again?
Platy and them are doing the in with SAS, so maybe I can join them after this match if I can. Okay, good luck.
Blind.
Surplus, I swear, if you don't go in there by yourself, I'm gonna kick your ass when I see you.
Oh my god.
You got this. We'll be watching you on the camera.
Yeah. We can't hunt you for 5 minutes.
Damn, we don't have head cams. Never mind. I was gonna put one on. With the power of Jesus, with Jesus on my side, you're not gonna hunt me.
Look, there's the hallway he has to go to.
It physically can't hunt you in 5 minutes.
4.
Well, not physically, but digitally.
Okay. Mr. Ghost, I'm sorry for entering. I'm going to leave.
Four
I'd
20,
die
4
laughing
minutes,
so
20
hard
seconds.
if
Fuck
you
up.
hunted on. See, nothing to worry about.
Yeah, you still had 4 minutes, 5 seconds left.
Where's your car?
You got it there, 3 minutes remaining.
I'm traumatized.
You'll be fine. That's why I put an amateur.
Also, do we know what the last one is?
Nope.
Welcome back. I've
The
prepared
last
some jobs for you.
pumpkin? Like the last...
No, remember, Maple Lodge is all brand new.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, here we go.
Here we go, the biggest map of them all. The
Have any of
one-
you seen the new map?
This
Nope.
is no. Not
None
the
of you have
difference.
gone into the new map?
No.
Okay, here we go.
First time for everything. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh!
Ooh, I like the front end. Yeah, there's a whole new check-in area and everything. Check-in store.
Oh, my computer sounds like it's gonna explode.
Probably. Oh my god, look!
Take a look at the equipment and prepare a
What?
before starting
Huge.
Oh my god, it's so big.
It's even
Sorry.
bigger than last time. What?
I like it bigger.
So where's the pumpkin?
It's... You want me to tell you or no?
I know where the cooker is at. The cooker is over here, but where's the
Next to the
pumpkin?
cooker.
Next to the
Is this
cooker.
the last one?
Yep.
Yep, that's the last one.
Alright, I'm going in to do my cooking, so I gotta bring a...
Hold up, wait, before you go, can I pull up your stream so I can watch this?
Go ahead.
Out with the walk.
Hi, Car. How you doing?
Hold on. We won't be able to see it, right?
You should.
Wait, hold on. I'm coming to see you. Holy shit, this map is beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Alright. Love's
Here we go.
Blossom. Wait, how do I... How do I activate it?
Are you telling me we have to come back after we claim this one?
How do I activate it?
I think we have to go back and you have to claim it and then we come back in the end.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
What do we have to do?
We have to leave and then come back.
Damn, we just got here. Love's Blossom ×1. So, I guess one person can do the... Okay, let's leave. So how do I interact with the pot, though? Is it E?
Probably press E. You probably press E.
Press E, press E, press E, press E, press E, press E. Press E. So I guess you grab the card, and I'll cook mine.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs
And
ready
then
for
while
you.
Surplus is cooking his, if Scooch wants, he can grab his card.
I don't care.
I mean, we gotta come back 3 times anyway. Right?
Yeah, we do.
I don't care for it.
Okay, well, I mean, you can still grab your card if you want.
See what I mean? Guitar is holding us up right now. Great job, Guitar. Round of applause.
Oh, I was just saying, I wasn't... I don't say you have to. If you want to, you can. Scooch.
Mm-hmm.
Making sure my kitty cat doesn't want to come into my room.
Wait, before you do it, let me plug in my phone so it doesn't die.
Okay, I'm taking a lighter with me. I don't know if I need it.
I just
Oh,
want
I
to see
need
what
a
happens
flashlight.
when you guys do this.
Huh?
I just want to see what happens when you guys do this.
Probably gonna explode.
What?
Hey! The pot's probably going to
Hold on,
explode.
before you do it, let me come over to you. I can see this.
Alright. Here we go. Stuck in knees. 3, 2, 1.
It's Voodoo Doll, by the way.
Um.
You throw it in there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I threw it in there. Did it go out on your screen?
Yeah. Did you get it?
I don't know.
Do you still have the card?
No, I threw it in there.
Oh, I still have your card.
What?
It's
It
in
worked?
there. Grab it in the pot.
I can't. Wait, move.
That's stupid. How do you throw it in there?
I think I already did and it went out. I might as well go. We might as well check. Go back to lobby and see if it worked.
I want to see over here. Wow. Staff only. No wonder it is a staff only. Oh my god. There's a beanbag doll here. Oh
He-
my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look.
Yep.
Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? I think
Are
our
those?
next map might be a lighthouse. I think our next map might be a lighthouse.
Why?
Look at. It says lighthouse.
Oh. Doesn't mean it's gonna be it.
No, it's right next to Maple Lodge. Okay, let's go. Let's go see if I got it or not.
Okay, music playing, so I'm out. Goodbye. Going. I swear you had to throw the card in there. That's fucking stupid.
This update came out 6 hours ago.
Yeah. We've been playing it for 6 hours. What do you mean?
Welcome back. I've got
Did
some
you
jobs
get
ready
it?
for you.
I need to see. Hold on. How do I know if I got it or not?
There should be a check mark on the bowl, and then check over here for your trophy.
On the bowl?
Yes.
It's not on the bowl, but it's on the pumpkin.
I don't know. It says to bring them all back here. But where's all the other cards?
Hold on. I'm searching a YouTube video.
Oh, I'm going back for a third. I'm going back again to throw the thing in it, see what happens. Ready up.
Hold on.
It's not previous mess. I like how they actually completely spiced it up here. How they make the
You should probably mute it so I don't get copyright.
Sorry.
Ready up, Scoot Surplus. You're holding us up here. I'm trying to get ready so I can go. Here. This outdoor retreat was evacuated due to some campfire stories coming to life.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
So what do you see, Surplus?
So all the ingredients are around the campfire already. They're all around the campfire, and you have to throw them into the pot.
Oh, so you have to find the ingredients.
They're around. There should be eyeballs.
Okay, let me
So-
do this first.
You can do it first, but right here there should be. Yeah. See, look. There should be. What the fuck? Wait. Where is it? Huh. It should be. Wait a second. What the fuck?
What?
Who's playing? Your music's picking up.
Yeah, Mom's.
Oh, I know what you have to go look around the map for it. The stuff.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not. So the you know that raggedy doll, that blue doll you saw?
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Okay.
So and the
heard that.
screaming skull is in the staff area. Here.
Also, it shouldn't be coming through the blue doll.
Yeah, it's coming through, by the way.
Yeah, it should only come through when I'm talking.
There's
Also,
your
the jar of mind is in there too, by the way.
Okay.
In that room.
I threw the doll in, so the jar
The
of
jar of
mine-
mind is in that same room. Should be on a table.
Oh, found it.
I also think that the ghost is in this room. Okay, great. The next one is the Screaming Skull. It's in the staff area.
Oh no, I missed.
That's what she said. Sorry.
So that would be over here.
Next one's over
That's
here.
storage.
Wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
Look at a skeleton. Ooh.
Is there
Where?
something in that skeleton's hand?
He's missing a hand.
Okay. So over here,
Where?
follow me. There should be a skull chilling right here.
Yep.
Okay. Don't go put that in the pot yet because oh, it's music box too. Oh, that's cool.
Can we throw that in the pot?
No, if you okay, before we go anywhere, I want to check where the next one is. The Eye of Bear is okay. We can go back. Wait for me. Hold on. I'm so lost. Okay.
Hello, I'm opening the door.
Okay,
Good
the Eye
looking.
of Bear. The Eye of Bear is over here.
We were just over here. So can I throw the skull in?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
The eyes are right here. Wait, are these the eyes? No, those are baseballs. Hold on. Oh, I found the eyes
Where?
over here. They're right there.
I have to throw them both in?
Yep.
Ugh. And this should be the last thing, right?
Love blossoms.
Okay, where are love blossoms?
Um, so you have to go. Okay, follow me. Yeah, wrong way. Sorry.
Why
Hi,
didn't we?
Scoots.
Why didn't we grab this before? This is monotonous.
Because I'm watching a YouTube video and it's showing me that you have to do it in this order, or it won't work. Dad! Hey, come over here.
Yeah, when
There
you're yelling to somebody about it means
There should be two skeletons here, and then his hand is a rose.
Oh. Wait, is... I want to see if this is still here. Jason's still here? Yep, he's still here. Hi, Jason. Glug, glug, glug.
Mhm.
You guys know where that's from, right? Glug, glug, glug.
Okay, get the video ready. By the way,
What video?
the the Scooch,
Yeah,
get the clip ready.
he's going... Yeah, he can always get
Yeah.
it after my stream ends. Because I'm gonna end the stream here after this anyway, so...
Wait, aren't you gonna help me get mine first?
Well,
If you
I'm late
guitar,
already.
guitar, you said you
Okay,
would.
I threw the love blossom in.
Uh-oh. Why did it turn red? Wait, did you
Nothing
throw
happened.
everything? Wait. I'm trying to see the video. Oh, you have to throw the flashlight in too.
Oh, it's my flashlight.
What is it? What the hell is that thing? Wait, hold on.
Okay, I threw my flashlight in.
Okay. Light in the dark. Hold on. What the hell is this thing? Hold on. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure this out. Hold on.
Here, take this card.
What the fuck is that thing? Yeah, I'm coming. Leave me alone.
Can of beans here.
Do we need beans? We
What
need
the
a bag of beans.
What the hell is this pot thing?
A bag of beans. We need a bag of beans. I gotta get another flashlight. I just threw mine into the pit.
Oh, the bean bags! The bean bags! We need the bean bags.
But how many?
3. Cause there was 3. It said on the thing you need 3. Okay, so
Okay. I had to go get another flashlight because I threw mine in there.
what the hell? Can someone tell me what? Oh my god, I can't tell what that is.
Okay, here's one bean
Share your
bag.
screen.
Scoots, you see more bean bags around here?
No.
Oh look, on the table. 2, 3. Okay, 3 of these. Okay, now what?
We need
Red. I threw the light in already. Do I throw another flashlight in?
hold on. I can't. This video is not really helping. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Do I throw some beer in there?
No, you have to throw this pot-looking thing. Oh my god.
Pot,
Hold
Where
on.
is it?
pot over
Hold
here.
on. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm sorry that you're behind. Oh.
The ghost is gonna hunt if we don't hurry this up. So where's the pot?
Hold on, wait. I'm hiding so I don't die. Hold on.
Pot over here.
Let me see what it looks like. I'll be there in a minute, Dad.
You can't pick up any of these. Just a pan. I can pick this up. Does this count as a pot?
Oh!
Does it look like this surplus? Surplus? This?
Yeah.
No, hold on.
Oh.
I'm trying. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm getting overwhelmed right now. I'm trying to figure this out.
In the bathroom.
Do you see any pots around, Scoots?
Just those 2.
Okay, hold on. I'm watching a YouTube video. Okay, you need to go to the box. Okay, so I'll be there in a minute, Dad. I love you. You need to go to the cabin, okay? And in the cabin, I'm gonna send you a screenshot of this because I don't feel like I don't.
Where?
Okay, hold on. I have to go. Oh, fucking A.
In reception or in the cabin? Oh fuck,
In
it's
the-
hunting, it's hunting, it's hunting. We're probably all gonna die. Get in this little tent, Scoots.
It got me.
Okay.
It's alright.
I'm gonna go get a crucifix down so it doesn't hunt again.
Gonna find out where it's at though.
Bathroom.
If you throw to any 3 of the rotten apples in the open dark side,
I've
Talking to
taken
me.
the crucies and I'm throwing them both in there. No! Surplus! You're dead.
These are the last 2 things you need to get. Okay? I
Okay.
sent it to you. I will be right back. You can do it without me. It's hunting again.
It's done. Okay, in the cabin and in the... Okay. Scoots. I'm gonna go deliver these crucies. Oh fuck. Never mind. Surplus. How the hell? I can't pick up that big pumpkin. Hey, Scoots. Found the key. Fuck it, I'm leaving the crucie there. I think I need to just spawn you guys back. What do we have for our cursed object? A box of pumpkins. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm gonna try and get to that bathroom before I die. Okay, now I need to get back to the... Scoots, you're in charge of keeping an eye on the crucifix.
Damn.
You're in charge of keeping an eye on the crucifix.
Who, me?
Yes, you. I threw it in the bathroom. I don't understand the last picture Zerplus sent me. What the fuck? Why can't it be something easy? He just sent me a picture of a pumpkin in a box.
Did I mention I hate puzzles?
Yeah, that's why I'm not doing this one again. Fuck this. This one is stupid. Although I do love puzzles, but this is a little bit much for me. Considering
I have no idea where the bathroom is, so I'm lost. Is that the way out? Okay.
Sounds like it's getting stuck. I think it got stuck.
I see a bathroom, but I don't see a crucifix.
I just threw it in there.
I can't see it.
You bitch, you already killed my friends. Where's your last piece of fucking shit?
Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay. It's
Yeah.
hard to see when you're dead.
I'm leaving. I don't know. I'm trying to understand the last picture Zerplus sent me, but I don't understand what it is. There's a blue block.
You see?
Well, I kinda can't send it to you because I'm fucking live. Oh
Hmm.
my god. And y'all are dead. Dead.
Oh, he died too?
Yes, both y'all fucking died.
Is he still here?
No, he ran away. He ran because his dad needed him for something.
Yeah.
Wait, are you shitting me? Oh my god! Oh, that's a bug.
You walked right through it?
No! It's hunting when I'm not even in there! I wasn't even in there! I was in the van and I could hear.
They turned off the power.
Yeah, does that something to do with the blue crate? What? What is it? What's so special about this area?
Crucifix burned. You got one left.
One burn? Oh,
One
I'm
burn
done.
left.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I can't pick up the pumpkin. It's like a huge, gigantic pumpkin.
Hmm.
I don't understand what Surplus is trying to tell me. I've got everything in there except for that. Like, I'm trying to do this so I can go play with Platy and them. I might just fuck this for tonight, and then we'll worry about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Here he is.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm
What
Welcome
pissed
back.
off. That's what I am.
Why?
Because I don't know what you're trying to tell me by that box and the pumpkin. There's a big pumpkin in the box. What do I do with it?
Oh, you pick up the dead apples that are on the ground.
Oh.
It's the white ones.
Oh. I thought you were telling me to pick up the pumpkin.
No.
How many pumpkin? How many of these apples?
It's hunting, by the way.
How many apples?
Wait, is it hunting or is that you walking?
How many apples?
It's haunting.
Oh my dear
3.
lord.
3.
Thank you.
I would hide. It's hunting.
I'm hiding. It's probably stuck again. This map is kinda making it get stuck. Is it still hunting or is it done?
Done.
Oh, I gotta come back for one apple and then this is second done. This is stupid. This makes no freaking sense at all. Oh shit, yeah, I'm gonna die. Fuck. I can... Go away, ghost. Well, it knows where I'm at now, so that's just great.
At least we know where everything is now.
Somewhat.
Well, I'm going to throw this last apple in there, and then I'm getting a fuck out of here.
Has to be white apples.
Your mic is really low. Yeah, I know, because my mom has her music too loud. Yeah, I'm gonna die.
Hunting.
Yep, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck.
Rip.
I'm not talking. I'm not even.
Hey, at least we know where everything is now.
My game is frozen now. Thanks.
Oh! We did do it! Look at the sky!
I
There's
can't
a-
see anything. My game is frozen.
There's
Oh,
a skull in the sky. We did do
There's a
it.
what?
wait, why am I not dead?
Cause look up.
Okay, how do we exit the game?
We just go back
I
to
don't see
lobby and it should be done. Dead people don't see it.
Oh,
I was wondering why the sky
But
was
I'm
red.
dead.
Okay, well, doesn't matter. Back to
How
lobby
do
we go.
how do I go back to the lobby?
By me clicking the van.
Wait. You were dead.
Hmm?
You died. What the fuck?
Welcome
You
back.
did it.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
You
GG.
made no sense to me. So you were alive this whole time?
Oh, I did it. I did it.
Wait, you were. Hold on, hold
Yeah, I
on.
was alive the whole time.
You didn't
I got
tell me you were
insurance for
still
that.
alive. You told me you died.
No, I didn't.
You said.
I got the trophy, by the way.
I thought both of you. There was a question mark on your thing. He said
Everyone gets
you
the trophy.
were dead.
Everyone gets the trophy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Go see, cause you have the thing, you have the sticker. Go to your click spacebar and click that little edit button. Is there a little pumpkin there?
Yeah. I love this one. Halloween 23. Oh my god. Oh, I definitely need a screenshot. I'm screenshotting this and sending this to Flea.
I didn't get it.
Hmm. I don't think because he finished it.
I'm screenshotting this and sending this to Flea. Because maybe Flea, maybe this will talk, maybe she'll talk Platty into playing this game again.
That's cool.
Hold on, before you do anything.
Anyway, y'all, with that,
Wait, before you end.
I think
I
we're
wanna.
gonna end.
Hold on, wait. Hold up.
What? Hey! Hey! What you doing? Just be careful up there, you don't knock my, Look! Don't chew on that. Look! Look at mommy. Look at mommy.
Look at the end of the video.
Hold.
I'll look at it after.
He's looking.
Second to last deaths can be from the storage happen. It's referring to any three of the bombs. And the final ingredient is any of your flashlights. After you've thrown all that into a cauldron and repeat the truck and enjoy your trophy.
Oh, he's rough. All right on your carpet too. like I said, the stuff down by his garden is drenched. It's just soaked. I want to get him to take his little trailer and fill that full. Yeah. Well, if you want, me and you can do that tomorrow if you want. While he's at work. You want to help me? Well, then I'll wait for him to be there then. I'll need help carrying him.
You didn't need it. I like how they did it.
Yeah, well, I'll help him.
You'll understand why it's like that if you watch the video.
Hi, baby. I'll text
Watch the last like 15 seconds.
I'll text him on Saturday and see if he's there. If not, go get it myself.
Actually, maybe 30, but
Alright, y'all.
hold on, wait. Watch the video before you end stream.
Yeah. What's that? No? Hey. Are you guys still there? Hello?
Yeah. Watch the video before you end that I sent you. Watch
I'll
only the
watch it.
end part of it.
I'll watch it after
Neat video.
I end because we can always
Okay.
we can always redo this off stream too after I meet
Yeah.
with Platy and Flea. But everybody, I appreciate everybody. Thank you all for hanging out, chilling, chatting. Big Chop, Mel, Scoots, Surplus.
Hi.
Both you guys are playing.
Good night.
Thank both you guys are playing.
Yep.
I'm gonna jump out of here and I'm gonna jump out of voice and I'm gonna say goodbye to my stream and I'm going to send some love over to Platy. Do I have anybody on Twitch to send y'all
Back.
to?
There's some jobs ready for you.
I'll be in voice later on, Mel. It's just I'm going to play some Devour with Platy. If y'all want to see me or hear me, go over to that link right there. Go to youtube.com/platypus muerte. I need to get a shout out thing here from Pixel Chat if I can. See if Pixel does it. Yes, hashtag guitar raid. We're gonna raid somebody.
Before you leave, Jack, I want to hear your reaction to that video.
I can't show somebody else's content on my Twitch channel.
No, no. I'm saying after you end.
Yeah. Oh, I saw most of it anyway.
You didn't see the actual good part though.
We got some VR chat, or we got some little nightmares, or I could throw it over to JoJo. What do you guys think? Keep it in the Phaz category, or keep it in the spooky category?
Spooky.
Spooky? I think I know who I'm sending y'all to. I think I want to send it to Kajiru. I haven't rated Kaji in a while, and Kaji is a sweet bean, and I've always loved to hang out with him. He's an artist. Or we could send it over to JoJo, who's doing some stuff. I know, or we could send it over to 13. He's doing his 13, he's doing his 3rd year anniversary. 13-hour stream. He's doing a 13-hour. That's funny because he's the 13th Seahawk and he's doing a 13-hour stream on his 3rd.
What? 13th Seahawk? What do you mean?
Well, that's his name. That's his name on Twitch.
Oh.
It's Seahawk. Seahawk is an awesome being as well. I follow a lot of furs and VTubers. Actually, Kaji's playing Little Nightmares. This is a game that I've always had my eye on, but never the courage to play.
Hey, Scoots, you joining back the VC later when guitar gets back on, or nah? Hello?
I don't know if he's here or not. Anyway, I love y'all. I'm gonna raid Kajiru. If you guys don't want to stay, I understand. Like, if it's not your forte or shit like that, I understand. He's not, you know, he's an 18 plus streamer as well as I am. He's a furry, so I love to. Oh, we've had the only one and only Ultima, and Scottish Blue Boy followed me. Oh, the also Jimmy Patty followed me the other day. Holy shit. Yeah, we raided Flyby last night, so 4 days ago. So we're gonna raid Kajiru. We're gonna raid Kaj. Oh shit! I clipped that. Can somebody delete that clip, please? God damn it! Hold on. Oh, this is a clip I grabbed the other night of Sabi. Oh my god. When he sung Baby Newt. God damn it. Alright. Alright, y'all. I kept y'all here long enough. Sorry. Anyway, Stitch Blue Boy, thank you for the follow today. Thank y'all for the follows, the raids, prob, I don't know. Depends if I'm still here. Oh, you're talking to Surplus. Okay, well, let me see if I got my
Who's
credit.
talking to me?
Scoots was. I don't have my credits, so I'm just gonna let y'all go. So have a great night, everybody. We will see y'all tomorrow. I'll try to see y'all tomorrow. If not, I will see you all on Saturday.
Night.
And remember, we are doing a Halloween stream on the 31st of October. So I will be live in the afternoon, and then I'll be live again at 7 o'clock AST. So make sure you keep your eye on my Discord for all of that. I love y'all.
You'd say something to me?
Good night. Bum, bum, bum. And also, Kaji plays Stream Raiders, so if you're into Stream Raiders, oh, he's just gonna AFK, god damn it. Should we wait till he comes back? Fuck. Hello. Yeah, I'd say wait. Okay. We're just gonna wait for Kaji to come back.
What happened? What did Scoot say to me?
Kaji went AFK. You can read chat.
I can't.
He
unfortunately.
said, "Prob, I don't know. Depends if I'm still here." Hi, sweetheart. Hello. Yes, I have my cat with me. Okay, he's back. All right, y'all. Let's go raid before he runs away. Come here, Scooch. Come here. Come here, Scooter. Come on, bub. No. Scooter. Ugh. He doesn't like to be picked up half the time, so I will see you all tomorrow. Either that or whenever. Or Saturday or next week. So.
Who, me?
What?
Who are you talking to?
That y'all. Sorry, I'm still doing my raid. Let's get the raid ready. Everybody get in that raid. If you're not in there, if you haven't followed, cut. Oh, shit. Son of a bitch. Hold on.
What happened?
I fucked up. Pressed the wrong button. I clicked off it. I clicked off the raid. Okay, now we're gonna raid Kaji. Alright, y'all. Have a great night. Peace. Deuces.